Sacred Symbols is pleased to be sponsored by Athletic Greens, the all-natural health supplement that you can find out more about right this very minute at athleticgreens.com/sacred. I started taking Athletic Greens because I was looking for a pre-workout energy boost. It's simply a powder you mix in the water. You drink it once a day, and you will soon start seeing results like I did. And if I may say so, I think it tastes pretty good too. Surprisingly so, considering it's a hodgepodge of the healthy stuff we're told tastes like chalk. It doesn't have to be that way, my friends, at least not with Athletic Greens. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 199.
Ooh. Oh boy. Let's go.
My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my handsome son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today in that sweatshirt, that beautiful Sacred Symbols sweatshirt?
Yeah, I'm good. We're coming up. We're coming up on Live Day.
Indeed.
And I'm excited. I feel it. I feel it
Yeah.
in my bones.
Yeah. Whoa. I feel it in my bone too, but I feel like I'm also excited. I'm anxious. I'm eager.
Yeah.
You know, we have hundreds of people coming to the city of Richmond, and we want to put on a good show. I'm excited about it. We'll get there soon enough. I want to talk a little bit about that, but before we do, let's get Dustin in here. Dustin, is that I feel like I know that logo on your shirt. What is it?
This is an Evangelion sweatshirt for the ultimate nerds on the back.
So can I be honest with you what I was going to say, what I thought it was? Because it's first of all, we're on Zencaster, so it's blurry for us because it's getting all the high quality stuff. It looks like Ben 10 to me.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it does, yeah.
That's cool, too.
Which was like beyond, I only know what that is because of the games, but that's what that like green, that specific green color.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, I'm good. I'm also getting very excited. Working on few secrets here and there, maybe some unbeknownst to Colin and Chris, maybe not. I don't
know what's going on with the show, to be perfectly honest with you. So everything's gonna be basically a secret to me. But.
Yeah, well, that's fine. We want to have everyone come in fresh, and it's gonna be fun. I'm excited. I'm not scared. People have been asking, Dustin, are you nervous? Do you have stage fright or whatever? The answer is like 90% no. Like, I know that the night before and the day of, I'm going to have that little feeling in my gut, of like a little nervousness. And then especially when people start flowing into the room, that's when the nervousness will hit peak. As soon as you walk out, though, it's fine. It's like, once you get going, it's the anticipation that is annoying, right? So overall, though, it's mostly excitement.
Well, I guess we'll talk about the live show quickly here before we move on. This is your last chance to get tickets. Come join hundreds of your fellow Sacred Symbols fans at Richmond, in Richmond at the National, Saturday, April 30th. Sacred Symbols 200 live, the very next episode. Chris's Snark Tank podcast will be there. You can get tickets at tinyurl.com/sacred200. Plenty of tickets to go around. This is a really big venue for standing room. We have seats, and we've sealed off most of, some of the ulterior places, I guess I should say, around it. So it's just gonna be the floor seats. It's gonna be really cool, pretty intimate. I'm excited about it. So come join us if you can. Now, we have a few questions about this, and I think we should answer them. Then I'll talk a little bit about Patreon and stuff like that. Then we'll get into everything else. So actually, let's start with Tyler Mitchell, who wrote in a kind of an easy question, a fun little question about the show. He says, hey guys, congrats on almost hitting 200, almost choked there. Just wondering, what are your predictions for the top 3 games? Chris, what do you think? So just to remind people, we've already voted. Everyone's voted. That it's locked in. We don't know what the games are, but each of the 3 of us have voted. The audience has also voted. We've put that all together into one cogent list. What do you think the top 3 games will be? What's your final guess here?
Oh man, I feel like I feel like because it's an aggregate score, this could go like any number of ways. I feel like there's going to be something in the top 3 that I definitely like wouldn't expect to be there, but I think the only one that I feel confident will probably be there, I think God of War. I think God of War is probably like a real solid a solid entry in the sense that like I feel like most people liked that game enough for it to secure itself easily within the top 3.
Sure.
Is my, but like as far as the other two, man, like I don't know, man. That's a crapshoot.
I think it could be. I think there are probably 10 or 12 games that will be that you would take from for it to be the top 3. I'm actually curious, Dustin, what you think the top 3 might be. Do you agree with Chris that God of War would be a safe bet?
Yeah, I think that that's a safe bet. I was thinking about this just because, like Chris was saying, with the way that it's averaged and the audience input, and the 3 of us have unique tastes to one another, definitely.
Yeah.
But Chris is right about God of War, is that we probably all, I'm guessing between us and the audience, like that's probably a relatively high up game. What I was wondering though, is that with this situation, I'm wondering if the top 3 are just going to be off the wall, like you wouldn't quite expect, just because it's like, well, the 3 of us had this game around between 8 and 10, and the audience maybe had it high. And then our top 5s were all completely different. And so none of those ranked high, something like that. Like it could be insanity, honestly. There may be a riot in Richmond. The building may get burned down. They might come to your house, Colin. I don't know. I don't know if I'm safe. It's hard to say.
Come.
Chris is definitely not safe, though, because I'm coming for Chris.
If you want to come for me, come for me. You know?
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do, but don't miss. That's what I keep telling you. Now, I think here's one game that I think will be in the top 3, Bloodborne. I feel like
let's go, baby.
That's Number a game. 1. I don't know. I just feel like I have what I do know is that The Last of Us Part 2 won't be in the top, probably even in the top 10, because so few of you have taste, which is a big problem.
Fuck you guys.
But nonetheless, I'm really excited to see what the list is going to be. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think the dynamics of none of us in the room will know, except for Ben, which I think is awesome. I'm actually, it's funny because I don't really get nervous going on stage. I always tell people I play a character of myself. I play a version of myself when I do the show. Like I almost kind of detach. And I always looked at it because I've done many live shows now and appearances of, when I was at IGN and Kind of Funny, and you just kind of put your shoulder down and just do it. Like I try to just kind of like black out and not even think about what's going on. Yeah, I'm about to walk on stage. Okay, whatever. I mean, the people there are there for you. They want to support you. They like you. I think the only live show I ever did where I was kind of like, this sucks, was when I did Let's Play Live with Rooster Teeth, just because we were kind of like pitched as like the heels for some reason. And I'm like, I don't know or give a fuck about any of the audience. Like these aren't our people at all, like, so that felt weird to perform there in quotes. That was at the Dolby Theater, like I said, which was totally unnecessary. And so we're really excited to do this, and we'll see what the games are. Now, Todd picked, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, Picht. It could be Pite, because Licht, I think, is light, but I could be wrong. Anyway, it says, good day, gents. Regarding Sacred Symbols 200, have you yet mentioned what will happen for those of us who can't attend live? Will there be a fill-in episode next Friday, or will we just need to wait until the following Monday? I assume there will be some degree of additional production to the episode, much like the previous live event, which will require more editing time. I would have loved to attend since I live in Lynchburg, which is fairly close, but my cousin decided her wedding needs to be next Friday in North Jersey. Guess I'll just eat some bagels and wait for the next live event. Thanks, and I can't wait to see your reaction when The Last of Us Part 2 is in the bottom half of the list. Thank you, Todd, for writing in. So, Dustin, I think you have more insight into this. We have to figure this out. I mean, we kind of know what it is. The one thing I will say is that we are riding this some sort of risk of there's something big happening in which we will not be able to talk about it for a while. I think that if that does happen, we would just maybe record some sort of amendment and stitch it digitally to the show before we put it out. But I have really no idea what's going to happen. What's the deal right now, assuming that nothing happens? We're going to get the show out as soon as we possibly can, like for everyone.
Yeah. The audio is going to be easy for the most part. We'll just be able to get that up very quickly. I don't want to put an exact time frame just in case something happens or whatever. We have to work with it or whatever. But theoretically, the audio will be up very soon. The video, guys, for this is going to be fucking awesome. I'm really excited. Shout out to my boy Jesse over at Catalog Company. They're fans of the show. that are coming to film this. And we spent a decent amount of money on getting this filmed because we want to make sure it's done right. This is a monumental episode. So it's basically being shot in like cinema grade cameras, and it's going to be in 4K. It's going to be so awesome. I also wanted this as a thing, like, so people can see like what our live events are like. So if they want to come to one, this is it. Because the last live event video was good. It served its purpose, but it wasn't, I didn't feel like it was a good representation of the atmosphere and the feeling in the room. So this is going to be an awesome video. I plan on working on the video the next day on Sunday. But again, I don't know. This is my first time working in 4K. And so I don't know what render times and upload times are going to be like. But we're going to get it out as soon as we possibly can, as long as it meets our quality standard. But expect the audio quickly.
Yeah, they'll go up separately. And like I said, if there's like a big piece of news or something, like even if it happens on Tuesday or Wednesday before the show, I would imagine we would just sit down and just record an interstitial, just stitch it to the show. That way it's like it's everything. But I generally would like to avoid doing that. I kind of want this to sit by itself. And then I think we'll do a debriefing for Sacred Symbols Plus after that. So we'll have a lot going on. But Brian Serrett wrote in, finally said, "Greetings, CDC. Hope all is well and that no errant natural disasters have found you." Not yet. My question is mainly for Colin, but thoughts from D and C are obviously welcome. Being that Sacred Symbols 200 is imminent, I've been reminiscing a bit about the days of Beyond 200, 300, and other landmark occasions Colin has been a part of. I'm curious how you feel the growth of Sacred Symbols, and by extension Last Stand as a whole, compares to that of your previous endeavors, as well as what you learned from those endeavors that has helped you most in the creation and nurturing of Last Stand. As a longtime fan of Colin, still being able to hear thoughts on a weekly basis is strangely comforting, and it makes me genuinely happy to see him happy and thriving. Let's be careful about calling me happy. Thank you all for unrealistically consistent and entertaining content, and here's to another 200. I simply exist. I accept. I think, Chris, I think you understand what I'm saying when I say I kind of just accept. You know, it's like,
yeah. No. That's a really dire way to put it.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I empathize and understand wholeheartedly.
Yeah, indeed. I know you do. So thank you for writing in with that, Brian. So the recollection is simply that, and that's what I was saying earlier, I've done a lot of these live shows now in different venues and different places, and this feels most special to me because I actually really care most about this product. I feel like Podcast Beyond was this thing IGN had that they just did not understand. They had no idea. It should have by right, and it was like IGN's biggest product. And they didn't know how to sell ads on it, and they didn't know how to monetize it, and they were telling us to stop cursing and make it shorter. And like, you guys are so out of it. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, right? And we had to make those things happen ourselves. And I give Greg and others a lot of credit at IGN for helping 200 and 300 get off the ground. This is different for me because I don't think PS I Love You even lasted long enough for when I was on it for us to have a milestone episode. This is just special to me because I own it. It is kind of my vision with people that I really trust and enjoy doing the show with. And I hope this is one of many more that we get to do live around the world. I mean, I'd like to eventually, like I said, get to Europe and other places to visit our fans. And we don't really do the live show. I mean, there's a lot of money granted to be made in live shows. What I've realized, though, and I think what our company has realized, is that it's not that easy for us. We're kind of more like almost breaking even doing this kind of thing because we don't have we're not touring, right? So when we get insurance for a venue, we have to do one-off event insurance, which is way more expensive than if you had like a tour insurance per show, little things like that. You have to make little deals on bar and merch, and it's quite expensive. But I in my mind, I'm like, man, I see why 311 tours every year for 2 times. Like, they're just packing it in because it's a different kind of pursuit for them. So it's not really in pursuit of profit for us. It's really more in pursuit of like, we should interact with the fans and do something cool for them every once in a while. So we appreciate it. Are you guys, Chris, talk to me a little bit about your energy. We did the last live show together, but how do you feel about Sacred 200? I mean, are you I know you said earlier that you were excited, but I mean, what are your expectations?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm low-key a little nervous, only because I'm doing 2 shows in a row, kind of. And if anybody listens to both of these shows, if anybody listens to this show and also listens to Snark Tank, and I know there's a handful of there's a decent number of people who
I would be surprised if it wasn't. Yeah.
But they're very different vibes, and I feel like I play very different roles depending on so I feel like either one of 2 things is going to happen. Either I'm going to be in the Snark Tank show, very, very buttoned up and professional, or Sacred Symbols is going to be a disaster. And those are because I'm not going to be able to switch between those two. So you guys are going to have to be able to take what you got. But
yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be great.
But I think, I don't know, I'm excited to do this, not only because, I mean, when Dustin told me about the cameras, I was very excited, just because I feel like it's going to look so much better than it should for what we're doing.
Yeah, it's gonna look weird. It's kind of like the inverse of when you see a movie and it looks so budget.
Yeah, well, we were just talking, I think, on a recent episode about like that footage from like that HD footage of Manhattan in the 90s.
Right.
And I feel like it's gonna be like that. It's like, why? This is filmed on Reds.
I know, it's awesome. It's
Or
gonna be great.
whatever. But I'm excited to experience what that is like, doing two very different kinds of shows in one night. I feel like it's just an interesting opportunity and experience for me personally. And I'm just very excited.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked for everyone to be together. We're gonna have a good time. Everything seems to be pretty much buttoned up. And for those that are going to be there, thank you for joining us. Merch, yes. Bar, yes.
I have a thing about that, Colin.
Please.
Can I have a sec here?
Please.
So I wanted to show, I'll explain it quickly just for the audio listeners. We will have, this is going to be the debut of our new merch. And I'm not trying to be like a salesman here, but we do have these excellent Sacred 200 posters. If you're a VIP, you're getting one of these instantly, but they will be for sale for everyone else. And then we've got our stickers. We got our new Sacred Symbol shirts that are 100% USA made. Yes. It even says in the tag, like this cotton was grown in the US, which is exciting. And then the other thing we're debuting is these Moriarty ray gun bumper stickers.
Yes.
Those will be available for sale. And
exciting.
Then we have also, it's funny because your sister is selling those keychains.
Yeah.
And they're awesome. Before I even knew about those, I ordered these Sacred keychains. So there'll be two types of keychains available.
Yeah, that's gonna be great.
Buy both of them.
Exciting.
Or not. Maybe don't buy either. That's fine.
Totally
I'm so excited. This is the first preview of the new merch. We purposely are not launching the new store before the event, just because what if we sell an insane amount? We don't have enough for the launch of the store. We just wanted to be careful. So
right.
New merch debuting at Sacred 200.
It's exciting. Yeah, the merch is very high quality, and it's going to be cheaper than our old merch too.
It will be.
Exciting.
Yeah,
I think substantially cheaper actually, which is fun and exciting. So thank you all again for indulging us and for being there. We're excited about that. Come join us. tinyurl.com/sacred200, and of course, you can support the show on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Nearly 13,000 of you over there. Most of you at the $5 level. We really appreciate it. That gets you early ad-free access to the show every single week. The ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. And of course, access to 2 episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus each and every week. I just sat down with my good friend David Jaffe. We did a really fun episode. He talked a bit about, and it's making the rounds in the news, he talked about how he got an offer from Tencent and turned them down. And that was a pretty interesting piece of news. And we talk about, he has a trans son, which I don't think a lot of people know. So we talk a lot about Hogwarts Legacy and kind of the reaction to that. Always good to talk to him. I invited our friend Rick Hogue from Hogue Law on and Virtual Legality. He's our legal analyst. We talked a lot about the Activision situation, just as I promised last week we would. And of course, we talked about Embracer as well. And we talked a lot about Bungie suing those rogue actors on YouTube. The Ghostwire Tokyo spoilercast, I promise it will go up. I was just trying to separate it a little bit from the GT7 one. That's all. A bunch of other ones will be going on as well. Much appreciated. Hey guys, I did want to talk though about ads on the show. Some people have been writing in about ads on the show. So as you know, if you support us on Patreon, you get early ad-free access to video and audio, and the audio version has no ads. The video version has ads because it's the same version we put on YouTube later, but we give you timestamps to just skip them, so it's easy. But last week, people felt like the ads were getting a little out of control. So I want to give people just a little bit of insight into what happens with ads and kind of the mysticism, because we don't really understand exactly how it works either. We work with a really great company called Studio 71. They're awesome. And they sell our ads for us, and we get information about what ads are coming for both the Duke and for Sacred Symbols in the coming weeks. And what's confusing about it from my perspective, although I'm sure there's a reason for it, is sometimes there'll be like a week with 1 or 2 ads, and it's like, okay. And then there'll be like a week with like 5 or 6. And my whole thing is like, wouldn't you want to spread these around? But it's not really about Studio 71. It's about the ad agencies' like desires about when they want to hit these numbers and all this kind of stuff. So it's kind of like a hodgepodge. And because we are in this situation, we try to be as amenable as possible to accepting what is needed from the advertisers as far as timing is concerned. So sometimes there are no ads. Often there's 1, 2, or 3 or whatever baked in ads. Last week we had 5. And I think the thing that was difficult were that there were some pre-roll in addition to mid-roll. So I hear you guys. I totally understand. On Patreon, you should be able to circumvent all of that completely. We're not trying to convince you to join us on Patreon, but you can dodge all that stuff by joining us on Patreon. But we appreciate, I really actually like our advertisers. So it's like Athletic Greens is good shit. You know, Mac Weldon's good shit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're not paying for me to say that right now. But I'm sorry if it comes off as overwhelming. But Chris has a Coke problem. He's an addict and he needs that ad money.
That is true. I can't even deny it because I'm so hopped up on Coke. You know, I can't formulate a good response.
Oh man. So thank you for your patience on that. We'll smooth it all out. And of course, thank you for your support on Patreon. We couldn't do it without you over there. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. That $5 a month sweet spot that so many of you in. I really appreciate it. And finally, Super Perils of Baking. As you guys know, my studio Lilymo's 5th game comes out June 3rd. PS4, PS5, etc. What we are going to tell you about today, and this is frustrating because we just can't nail this down for some reason, is Habroxia 2 is coming to PlayStation 5, which is our 4th game, imminently. The trophies are already on PSN profiles. We've done a couple of interviews actually about the game already, but we're excited to reveal that if you own it on PS4, totally yours for free on PS5. No problem at all. And if you buy it on PS5, you'll obviously get the PS4 version. You can play them both. The PS5 version has incredibly hard trophies, comically hard trophies. You can see them right now. So I'll just read a couple of them to you to give you an idea. Now, some people are into this idea. Some people aren't. I personally am into the idea. And of course, I'm into the idea because it was my idea to do really hard trophies. But Sweetest Kill. Defeat the Guardian of the Ore. So that's the first boss on New Game Plus without taking damage. Entire stage plus boss fight. That's for everything. For all the bosses in the game. So you have to beat every boss, every stage in the game on New Game Plus without taking damage the entire time. So that's going to break most of you. And then if that doesn't break you, there are 2 other trophies worth noting that are incredibly difficult. One is defeating Galactic Chaos, which is the final boss on New Game Plus without taking damage. And then there's a one that sits aside it. The trophy is called Let's Go Crazy after the Prince song, of course. And it's defeat Galactic Chaos, the final boss, with no ship upgrades. Which I don't think I can do. And then the one that I think is going to break people in half is a trophy I called the Reflex, which is named after the Duran Duran song. Finish all 3 boost rush modes in a row. So there's 3 levels in boost rush, and you have to beat them all one after the other. Good luck. You're going to need it. And we're going to try to run a contest to see, for someone, I think, to see who gets the platinum first. But I don't have any information on that right now. So I'm excited about it. Thank you for supporting Habroxia 2. We've surpassed 15,000 copies sold. It's because it's fucking awesome. Check it out. It's available everywhere. Thank you so much. All right, guys, thank you for your patience. Let's get into topics of discussion. Many things to talk about here. But before we do, let's wet our whistles here with a few things from the audience. Charlie F. wrote in and said, Dear Colin Moriarty of Megaton fame, please see to the return of your exceedingly pregnant pauses, lest you lose my patronage forever. This is a warning. Thank you. Surf the Void wrote in and said, Hey, Taintsbakers. Quick correction just to be massively pedantic and annoying. Colin, you mashed up Tokyo Jungle and Concrete Genie into Concrete Jungle when referring to a Pixel Opus game running on Unreal. While it was almost correct and would make for an interesting crossover, it has to be called out. Sorry. No, you're absolutely right. A few people did write in about this. I was talking about Concrete Genie, which was the Pixel Opus game. Tokyo Jungle, which is another great Sony game from Japan Studio on PS3, which would be awesome to bring over on the new PlayStation Plus, is a different game entirely. So you're right. Concrete Jungle does sound good. What kind of game, Chris, would Concrete Jungle be? Do you think it would be like a?
I think there is a game called Concrete Jungle. I think it's a Predator game.
Concrete Jungle. It's so funny you say that because that's what I was thinking it would be. That must.
Like I swear to God, I swear this is real.
Yeah, you're right. Concrete Jungle. Well, actually, I'm seeing Concrete Jungle on Wiki is an indie strategy video game.
City planning deck building game.
Yeah.
On Steam.
Yeah.
Concrete Jungle.
Predator. It's Predator Concrete Jungle, April 15th, 2005.
Oh,
By,
there it is.
multiple?
Yeah, you're right. Predator Concrete Jungle. Oh, yeah,
by
there it is.
Sierra.
There it is. Wow.
And
I must have
I
had that
only
in the
remember
back of my mind.
the only reason I know this, and it's very specific, is because I remember this was the first time I heard the phrase concrete jungle. I'd never heard that before, and I was like reading a Game Informer or some magazine, and it was just like it was this. It was like a Predator open world combat game or whatever, and I was like, oh, that looks kind of cool. What's that mean though? And then like I learned it, and it's interesting. Like I feel like the first time you hear something, if it's like oddly specific, it just like wedges itself into a permanent niche in your brain.
Niche.
Uh-oh.
I can't. It's niche. It is niche.
Stand down.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Fair enough. All right. Well, Surf the Void. I'm sorry. Yeah, Surf the Void. That was you. Thank you for writing in about that. And let's go here to James Britton. I thought you guys would enjoy this one. This is a good one. What's up, No Doubt Media? Long time, first time. Last week, you put out a call to find out the weirdest and craziest places that Sacred Symbols has been broadcast on a PA system. Well, I think I have a winner. I'm a weapon engineer in the Royal Navy in Great Britain, and it is part of my responsibilities to audit the speakers of my warship's broadcast system every few months. How do I do this, you ask? With the help of Sacred Slitterheads, of course. I blast an episode of Sacred Symbols across the entire 5,000-ton warship's broadcast system for all 150 sailors and Marines on board to hear. Then I run around seeing which speakers it is transmitting through. It usually only takes 10 to 15 minutes, so the rest of the crew don't get to ingest the entire episode, and it's hard to find a long clip with no swearing, vulgarity, and Seinfeld references, but a few have certainly liked what they heard and asked me what show it was from, and of course I sent them your way. That's great. That's good stuff. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bringing the fine men of the British Navy laughter and joy.
Now here's the thing, Colin. I had someone tweet at me, Clark Petrie, who's written into the show before, said I listen to Sacred Symbols a lot in the Pentagon.
Oh.
So we've infiltrated both governments at this point.
This is getting too serious for me, guys. I think
we're going to be in the Situation Room soon.
Yeah.
Someone's going to be listening to us in there. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's always fun to hear what you guys are doing with the show. And thank you for helping us find a new audience too. We always appreciate that. I always love hearing of the new people that have found us. I always expect that everyone that's with us has just been here the entire time, but we are constantly gathering people, and that's almost scary considering the show and the nature of the show. How is that possible?
Yeah.
I don't know. But thank you. Welcome. Sacred Symbols is pleased to be sponsored by Athletic Greens, the all-natural health supplement that you can find out more about right this very minute at athleticgreens.com/sacred. I started taking Athletic Greens because I was looking for a pre-workout energy boost. I'm not exactly a careful eater, but I am a daily faster, and so when I was readying for my early evening workouts, I was typically pretty shot. Taking Athletic Greens' so-called AG1 formula helped turn that around quickly, though. It infused me with energy, and I actually just generally felt better on the days and weeks that I drank it. It's simply a powder you mix into water. You drink it once a day, and you will soon start seeing results like I did, not only in terms of energy, but many other benefits too. Because it's made of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens, it can help your body in all sorts of ways. Improve gut health, boost your nervous and immune systems, help with recovery and focus, and even tend to the devil that follows us all, aging. It's a truly simple thing to add to your routine. It's accessible in price at some $3 per day, and it's made for just about everyone, even if you have dietary restrictions. Vegans can use Athletic Greens, as can those on keto and paleo diets, those who are dairy-free and gluten-free, and more. And with more than 7,000 glowing 5-star reviews online, Athletic Greens' AG1 formula is popular with the very people who have tried it. And if I may say so, I think it tastes pretty good too. Surprisingly so, considering it's a hodgepodge of the healthy stuff we're told tastes like chalk. It doesn't have to be that way, my friends, at least not with Athletic Greens. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Kabuto Kishi wrote in, and he wrote in, I can't say it because I don't think you can say this. Well, I just can't say it. Thank you for writing in, Kabuto Kishi. But he says, if aliens came down and made contact and they were interested, would you lay pipe in them? I don't like that terminology. Thanks for all that you do.
Everything that he said was said in the worst way you could say it.
I can't. Yeah, like what he called us, hey, whatever, is I'm just like, hey, I can't say it. So all of it was bad, Kabuto Kishi. Thank you. But Chris, would you, if the aliens came down and wanted to have sex and they were amenable, of course, would you want to have sex with them? Because of course we've confronted this in Mass Effect a little bit, but I'm pretty much a hard no. That's unnatural. I mean, I don't. That's. I hate to say it in this because I'm obviously these are higher life forms, presumably, but that's bestiality, isn't it? Nonetheless.
I mean, yeah. For me, it's just it's a very easy line to just be like, you know what? I'm not going to cross this line because it seems I'd like in a world where you can go into space and there are other creatures and other sentient life forms. I just want to keep as much simplicity intact as possible. And I feel like it's a pretty easy one to draw. It's like, listen, you look basically human, but I know you're not. Like, I know it. Like, I don't know what's under there exactly. I don't know, like, I don't even know if we can even really, like, I don't even know if I can touch you without killing both of us or what the situation is really. Like, with the implications of what this would really be. Not like, oh, fantasy Star Trek land where everybody's just a person with a weird forehead. I feel like this is just an area where I can't. I'm surrounded by people who are constantly breaking down these walls and crossing these lines unnecessarily. I joined my co-host on the Snark Tanks, Sweeney, and he was streaming, and I go, oh, hey, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm raiding all of the Digimon that I would fornicate with. And I'm like, all right, that's... Yeah. I know it's digital monsters, so it's not exactly like Pokemon, which are animals, but there's just stick to humans.
Yeah.
You know,
there's so many of us. You don't see. That's the thing. I agree with you. It's like an event horizon where you can start to justify. Once you're beyond it, it's no going back, and you can start to justify anything. It's like the old adage that we I mean,
like what
I
at
feel
that
like
point?
Fucking a Muppet would be better than fucking an alien. You know, it's like that's almost like that's
what
like
about Gonzo? Gonzo is both.
That's true. That's true. Are you fucking...
See, this is the problem.
I don't want to get into this. This
is the problem, is that it just becomes this... It's like a nuclear bomb where like you ask the question, it goes off, and then the radiation starts to spill. And then everybody's like affected differently by it. It's just like people are contorting themselves into these weird creatures that should not, by any reasonable expectation, exist. Everybody's a Cronenberg-looking freak. And you just gotta...
Dustin, you seem eager to
Chris, you brought up a word, and I want to touch exactly. You said it's like a nuclear bomb. I feel like putting your dick in an alien, guaranteed radioactive dick or something. Like something's gonna happen. Like no doubt. Yeah. Like
you're also assuming that they can receive you like that. I mean, that life. This is the classic conversation of life as we know it, as opposed to life. I mean, who the hell knows what they're doing? What their concept of reproduction is, and it's a lot to take in. Yeah.
And you know what? God forbid the first alien life we meet are just humanoid dogs.
Oh man.
Oh.
Or like a, you know what I mean? Or like a version of, or like a version of an animal that we currently have on this planet, but are like, hey, we're cats, but we have thumbs and we have science. And suddenly all the psychos on this planet are like, well, what's the difference now?
Yeah.
And it's like, it's too much, man.
Yeah. There's There's going to be a lot of justification in it. And this is what I was going to say was we have the old adage on the show about the goat, right? Would you rather have sex with a goat and no one knew about it? Or would you rather not have a sex with a goat and everyone thought you had sex with a goat? And I always said I would rather not have sex with the goat because and everyone can think what they want because I didn't cross the line. You know?
Yeah, it's a Batman situation.
That's exactly right.
You cross that line, you're just as bad.
That's exactly right.
As the goat.
God, just stick with humans. There's like 7 or 8 billion of us now. There's so many options.
Yeah,
infinite options, and there are more. Especially for all you men out there, horny men. There are more women than there are men. The odds are in your favor. They're ever in your favor.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is. It is true.
Huh.
All right. Women live longer. Makes sense, doesn't it?
No, yeah, I guess so.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now that gets into a whole other thing about grandmas and great grandmas and all this.
Oh boy. Next episode or the one after next. Not next episode.
Yeah, definitely not next
We
episode.
could have it. My family's gonna be there. I would love to hear about that.
Oh no.
All right, let's get into the actual. What is it? We're half an hour or so, and it's time to get into the news, the smaller pieces of news here. Chris, I was curious what you thought of this. Although you both play Destiny, so you can both sign or tune in on this here. VG247 reports, as many people are reporting. It says this Bungie secretly teasing its next game in Destiny 2, and this is basically just off of a single tweet from Christopher Barrett, who is the director of the unannounced project at Bungie, whatever, one of probably several unannounced projects over there. And he was tweeted by a fan who said, "Have you left an Easter egg in Destiny for your new IP? I would be disappointed if there wasn't." And he says, "Yes." This is making the rounds and drew my eye because a lot of people are just this single word has set people a flurry. And obviously that's not a surprise. Millions of hardcore Destiny fans around the world. I'm curious, what do you think the Easter egg is? I don't even know where to begin in the sense, Chris, of like, what do you want out of the studio? Or is it best to say, like, you don't really know, you kind of want what they give you, which is what I would probably presume if I were a Bungie fan and I loved Halo and I loved Destiny, I'd be like, I don't have any expectations. It's like, whatever you want is what you should give us. What do you think?
Yeah, like I am completely bereft of any expectations. Like I don't know what I mean, I have expectations so much as I've heard pretty believable rumors as to what this next thing is going to be. I believe the rumors about Matter that I've heard, that they are working on a competitive, like a proper competitive hero or class-based shooter of some kind. Like I think that's totally within their wheelhouse, and I think personally I feel like they could knock it out of the park on that front. But I would also be happy to see if they're working on something completely off the wall or just something completely bizarre. If they were working on, hey, here's a single player third-person action adventure, I'd be like, that's interesting. I'm down. I want to see what they do. I just want to see what they're going to do. And this is kind of exciting because I like whenever the fires of Easter egg hunts get kind of stoked, especially in this context, because this reminds me a lot of when Bungie teased Destiny in, I believe, Halo 3 ODST in like 2008, which is, or 2009, sorry, years before Destiny came out in 2014. So this was like years before they were even done with Halo. And I remember they had a poster of Earth with what we at that point assumed was the moon next to it. And I think it was a picture that said Destiny awaits.
Yep. Yeah, that's it.
And nobody knew what the hell it meant. Nobody even knew it was an Easter egg. They just thought it was like, oh, it's just like a random poster just sort of to fill out the space.
Right.
And then Destiny was announced, and then it's like Earth and the Traveler, and you're like, oh, this is, and retroactively, it's just like really interesting. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Easter egg is something that we've probably walked by a million times that has no meaning right now, but will probably have been given contextualization at the time of the announcement of whatever the hell this thing is.
Yeah.
Which is always fun. Like, I like that.
I agree. I think you're probably right. It's probably like something so central you walk by every day or you see every day when you play the game, but that's a great point. Dustin, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything to add that Chris didn't already say. I'm just trying to speculate in my mind, like, what is it? Is it like there's all these like random made up gun manufacturers, so maybe it's like that's the name. Maybe it's something in like one of the social areas. Like I'm sure people are scouring like any poster or anything they can find.
It could be code. It could be something that's not even. It could be something that's completely out of the map that you have to boundary break the camera or something to see. Like it could, like this could be anything. So I'm looking forward to seeing the speculation and seeing people pay extra attention to Destiny in a context that they don't normally, which is just like breaking this game apart and like scouring it for any kind of clue. Because those are always fun things to partake in, even from the sidelines when you're just watching. And Christopher Barrett's been at Bungie for a long time. Like I believe he was on the Halo CE team, but he was definitely on the Halo 2 team. So he's a storied storied person over there as well. So
Yeah, I'm looking him up on
That's
Moby Games
exciting.
right now. Yeah, he's a game director for Destiny, and then he goes all the way back to he was an artist on Combat Evolved.
Yeah.
Um,
So that's a studio that retains its talent, man.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can see he climbed lead environment art, lead environment art direction, blah blah blah, and then art director of Destiny. Now, what must be exciting for them, from my perspective as someone who writes games, although I write much smaller games, is this idea that people are categorically interacting with everything you put into the game. Right? It's not like I write these things for Sabrina and Habroxia 2. The game sold 15,000 copies. You assume maybe a few percent of people even ever read them, and they just forget about it. It's fun and it's fine. It's not a big deal. But it must be kind of gratifying to be like, we can really shape something exciting here. Everyone's going to look into everything we do. It reminds me a little bit of the, I don't know if you guys remember in Uncharted 3. Uncharted 3 spoils The Last of Us. And they forgot to take it out of the game. And they were afraid by taking it out, people would notice it was there. So they just didn't say anything. And no one noticed it. And for people that don't know, if there's a newspaper on the bar in the beginning of Uncharted 3 that talks about a breakdown, has like a picture of I was going to say chimera, but like an infected person on it, I think. And it was kind of there, apparently put in internally as a joke. And then they kind of just went through the various million iterations of that bar, and then it just stayed there, and no one knew to take it out.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
like
fun.
a placeholder or something, right?
Right. And they were right in saying that, like, if we patch the game and this thing disappears, then it's going to give the whole thing away. And they were right. So it was right under everyone's nose, and they just didn't know. So it must be pretty cool. Although, Chris, I'm actually curious for both of you to answer this from me, which is there any appetite for a Callisto Protocol type product based on Destiny? What I mean by that is like a single player spinoff that would get back to Bungie's roots, first of all, and allow them to kind of do like a 40-hour campaign or something about that. I mean, that's kind of what I would want if I were a Destiny fan, but maybe that is the illustration of why I'm not a Destiny fan.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't imagine that's a widely held want, but it is something that I have thought about and wanted for a while. Like I Destiny always does these, especially lately, and I do think the Witch Queen campaign is fantastic also. So and I think they did a really good job with that, but it is kind of this situation where you're kind of, it's this RPG and your character can only say so much, and you're kind of playing the chosen one. And it's just kind of one of these things where it's like, all right, it's never as personally satisfying as the character that you're playing, so much as it is like, oh, this world is interesting and all these characters interacting is interesting. But I never feel like my character is particularly interesting. And it would be nice to have a game, and I was saying this a long time ago, of like, it would be nice if like they came out with campaigns every once in a while where you just played through like one of these characters' stories. Like if you were like this person for I don't know, 20 hours or something, and you went through their linear-ish narrative and kind of experienced things through their eyes, and they were their own characters, so they could speak as they would, instead of having to speak as this kind of generic, all-encompassing kind of I am the good guy character that you're kind of forced to be in Destiny now, or you've always been forced to be in Destiny as the player character. So I would be interested in that, but at the same time, if they're going to do something like that, I'd almost prefer it be like a spin-off in a different genre entirely. Like I feel like a Destiny Tactics would be awesome. I feel that way about most most franchises, though, to be honest. I feel like a tactics game could fit in literally anything. But yeah, I don't know. I've dabbled in that thought, but I don't know if I would necessarily want that so much as I would want something just completely new and completely different.
It's unclear to me if they have anything to benefit from doing that, simply because unlike PUBG, which is, I don't want to say declining, but on the wane maybe a little bit, needs to draw people in and make people interested in it. I think it's the same reason why Smilegate did all the Crossfire X single player accompaniment. And it reminds me a little bit, we talked only briefly about it when they came out, or I think one of them came out, maybe two of them now, which is those League of Legends adjacent role-playing games, which are single player and expand on their universe. I think they're a little too late with that, but there is something to this idea of expanding on things, but I just don't know if that's a good use of time when I think people would just want more Destiny as it is.
I feel like their attempt to do that is going to be in the transmedia space. In the same way, by the way, that Riot is. Like, I believe Arcane, right? Arcane is League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not okay. Just want to make sure because I thought that was true, but I was like, is that real? And I feel like that was a huge success, and I feel like that was arguably a better way for them to branch out than a lot of these other games are going to be. Like, I don't know how successful a League of Legends fighting game is really going to be. Like, it could be. Like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, we're gonna
I
find
really,
out. They have, what is that called? Project F or something that they
yeah,
have
something
going
like
on?
that.
Yeah.
But I feel like that is the route Bungie is going. I feel like people are like, listen, people like Destiny right now. We are in a rare position where we make a live service game that people actually like the live service elements of. Like, people like the weekly story that is unfolding. People are invested in these characters, and people are invested in the lore. People are invested in the game, and people want to see what happens next, which is like more than you can say for a lot of live service games right now. Like, I feel like games like Fortnite and all these other things you play because they're fun, and they throw new skins and stuff like that in, or like, hey, here's a new mode or something. But people are specifically invested in Destiny for reasons that I think are a little bit more I don't know, a little, not intimate necessarily, but a little bit more narratively focused, and a little bit more focused on its world. And I feel like the best way for them to branch out isn't necessarily to tamper with a system that they have right now that is appealing to so many people and actually working for once, but maybe branch out in the way that Arcane is, and in the way that and in the way that PlayStation, and in the way that PlayStation seems to agree with. So.
Yeah. I think so. I think you're right. And I'm curious, Dustin, let's get you in on this. I experienced what I'm about to say with The Division, and I feel like with Destiny 2, you would meet this even more because it's so lore heavy, which is you have this kind of rich world and this rich story and these characters and everything like that. But when it comes time to interact with them, it's just these massive gunfights, and then it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's climactic, but in story terms, it feels anticlimactic and weird. This hypothetical would allow them to maybe explore the textures of that. But what do you think about, or do you agree with Chris that Destiny maybe is best served by leaving it unmolested and trying more of a transmedia approach? Which is what, and again, what Chris said, that is what Sony, I think, was interested in. So
yeah, I don't know. I could go either way. I think that they'll probably do what Chris is saying. My dream Destiny spin-off game would be basically Destiny's Reach, where it's about the end of the golden age when the darkness shows up and everyone has to flee back to Earth to try to survive. So
yeah.
that would be a cool, and it's like before Guardians, so it would make sense that it's like if you do a more single player focus, that's not like everyone's infinitely reviving. It makes sense that people are, whoever you play as or whatever, people are actually dying. But so something like that would be cool. But I would see them, I don't know, focusing more on new stuff, or like you said, going in. I think they're probably interested in a TV style approach, and I think that actually would fit really well for the story overall.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be a great show.
Oh, it would be a good show too.
Leading up to the, like, if they handle that right, I really feel this. I feel like this is like one of the most interesting sci-fi universes that exists out there, and it is staggeringly inaccessible. And I really feel like their best way of breaking out into the mind share of most people who aren't currently playing really is a lot of this transmedia stuff. I mean, like, a lot of people are having issues with Halo, the TV show, but like my parents love it.
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
nice.
It's doing what it's supposed to do, I guess, So yeah, I just feel like that strategy is where they're looking.
It's funny because I was going to bring up Halo and say that it would be cool. I think sci-fi needs to be done so carefully because you and I, Chris, were talking last week about how we're watching the Picard reviews on Red Letter Media, and it goes to show you, I'm not a Star Trek guy, but it goes to show you the fine line that exists in sci-fi. I think that you have to kind of do sci-fi especially carefully and deliberately. I think that's why shows like The Expanse and Battlestar Galactica and things like that are on just a totally different level than even in some ways beloved sci-fi, like, Babylon 5 or something like that, where it's just they're different. And the Halo show, to me, vibes from the outside, looks more like that. And I think Destiny needs more of like the HBO treatment. Like, do it really expensive, really
Yeah.
right. And
I would say do it animated.
ooh, that would be a Bacon Moriarty answer. You'd love that answer.
My preference. Like I just feel like in general, man, like live action's cool, but ever since Castlevania, I think Castlevania really like cemented in me that wow, animation mixed with like video game based television, I feel like is like the way to do it. Like, because people like The Witcher, but I mean, The Witcher's not as impressive to me as Castlevania is, and I feel like Destiny would benefit really highly from being animated. That's something that like I don't even know how you would even begin to do that in live action.
Yeah, that's true.
Just-
It'll be
it's
very.
so-
That's why I was saying it. That's why I was saying it has to be expensive, or it's going to come off like that 90s schlock, which is fine. But I don't
Yeah.
want it to be. Even Firefly and stuff doesn't look very good, you know. And
Yeah, I love Firefly.
I do
yeah.
too. But like,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
you know, it's not. It's like I love the show Jericho, but it wasn't high production. And I always accept that about a lot of the random shit that I
Yeah.
like. But
It's like Star Trek.
right, exactly. And I tried to get. I tried to get into the Next Generation. That's right, Next Generation. Yeah, and I just
Yeah.
didn't do it. All right, some more news. This one we can go through quick. Lego Star Wars apparently has surpassed 2.3 million copies, and in 2 weeks. I'm sorry, 3.2 million copies in 2 weeks. And a little dyslexic there. I'm not dyslexic, but it came off as a little dyslexic. 3.2 million copies sold in 2 weeks. Highest selling Lego game to date in that 2 week period. So congratulations to them. I've totally dropped off on the game. I would like to get back to it. I've been heartened though, because I've gotten a lot of people writing in saying, I totally agree. Like the game is, some people really love it, which is great. But some people are like, I thought this is what I wanted, but it's not what I want. And that's the way I feel too. Nothing bad about it at all, by the way. But
Yeah.
it's not that alluring, hypnotic game that I had thought it was going to be. And maybe that's just on me. That's why I try to keep my expectations in check. And then I always learn the lesson the hard way. Having an expectation for a random game like that for a couple of years, really, where I was like, oh yeah, when that game comes out, it's gonna be fucking dope. But nothing to be said there. Otherwise, I'm curious what you guys think about this. This is a pretty big piece of news. This comes from our friends over at Video Games Chronicle. Jordan Midler writes, a PlayStation animator could be hinting at a Last of Us remake for 2022. He says in a series of tweets published over the last month, as spotted by Okami13 on Twitter, Robert Morrison, a veteran game animator who recently worked on God of War at Santa Monica Studio, claimed that PlayStation, quote, has some bangers coming out this year, end quote, and alluded to an unannounced project he's been working on. The animator claims he is not working on the upcoming God of War sequel, Ragnarok. According to his LinkedIn bio, Morrison currently works for PlayStation Studios Visual Arts, the same studio that is understood to be working on a remake of The Last of Us for PlayStation 5, according to multiple reports. So I want to jump in here, and Jordan goes into this in his story, but you'll recall that PlayStation Studios Visual Arts is a San Diego-based team working alongside the show's team down there that has yet to really been acknowledged. And they were apparently working on The Last of Us remake, which has apparently been brought in-house at Naughty Dog to be finished. Now, this insinuation here is that, I guess according to his various tweets, is that there could be something unannounced coming to PlayStation 5 that's very big. Now, I've said, and I think I said it on the show, that I heard, although I'm not confirming anything, but I've heard from a reliable source that it could be that the Factions game might have something to do with The Last of Us remake, that they might be one and the same. And I don't know anything more about it, but it makes a little sense considering what we're going to talk about with God of War in a little while, which is basically the big story of this week. Dustin, let's start with you. What do you think about the possibility of The Last of Us remake coming by the end of this year on PlayStation 5 in time for the premiere in 2023 of The Last of Us on HBO? I assume that this is working in tandem to get people's eyes on one and the other.
Right. Yeah. And I think that it makes sense to me that that's the package, is Last of Us remake plus Factions. That's how they slap the $70 price tag on it, because each one of those on their own, I mean, I'm sure you could sell them individually, but you wouldn't be able to do full price. And so that's something like for people like us that have kind of been like, well, we don't really need a Last of Us remake. But when they put these two things together, then it's like, well, okay, definitely. Like, I'm definitely want to check out Factions, and why not with a remake as well? Which, I mean, we were all going to play the remake anyway, whether we like it or not. Whether we want it or not, we are definitely going to play it.
Yeah, I don't want it,
Yeah.
but I'll play it and I'll love it.
Right. Yeah. But I feel like it makes sense that they have definitely some stuff that they want to release this year. It seems, as you said, we'll get into the God of War stuff, but the rest of this year just seems a bit too quiet right now. And so I feel like there would be at least one or two surprises, but to what scale, who knows?
What do you think, Chris? Do you think we'll see The Last of Us remake this year?
I mean, maybe. I can't imagine. The thing that's so confusing about The Last of Us remake is I just don't know what. I don't know the scale of this project. I can't imagine that they just went into the original files and just touched everything up, because that's just not that's not really the tone of the conversation. So
no, and that has already happened to that game, right?
Right,
like,
exactly.
Right.
So it'd be extra redundant. But like, is like from the ground up thing that I would be surprised to see it come out this year. I'll say that. Like, that would be surprising. I don't know if it's exactly the big splash that Sony needs necessarily. And I also have a feeling that while I think it would make sense to lump these together, I still do think this is like Factions itself is going to be made available separately. And I do feel like it's potentially going to be like one of the first pushes into this Sony live service thing, because they only have a certain amount of years left to fulfill their 10 live service games promise. And I feel like this is definitely going to be one of those. If they're going to try and push like a multiplayer experience, like, why would it not be? Like, why would The Last of Us Factions not be a live service? That would be like extra confusing based on the messaging that Sony has given. And it also seems to fly in the face of some of their more successful experimentations with live service, specifically with Ghost of Tsushima's what the hell is that mode called?
Legends.
Why am I Legends?
Legends, yeah.
How could I forget? Great game, but like, oh man. But yeah, I just feel like I would be surprised to see it come out this year. I don't know if it will. I feel like something's up here. I don't know if I buy it. I don't know why even. I just have this feeling in my gut that's being like, this isn't. It feels a bit too quick.
It does feel. Well, first of all, I categorically agree that it is too quick to remake The Last of Us. I don't think
the whole thing is too quick. So
right.
It's like my whole equilibrium is shot.
I also think that it's not a great sign that it was brought into Naughty Dog. Now, it could very well be that Naughty Dog has incredible power, and we all know that in the first party. And they could have very well been like, we want to do this. We don't want them to do it. We want to do it ourselves. In which case, I'm sure that they would have been placated. But it's also possible that the work might not have been great. I don't really know. But it is funny, Chris, because as we said, so June 2013, so not even 10 years ago, The Last of Us comes out. Then the next year, it comes to PS4 in the remastered iteration, which was basically what you were saying, where they went in and kind of just messed around with shit. And then, I don't know, a full top-down remake of The Last of Us. We know what's happening. We know. I think it has to be timed for the HBO series. So if we don't see it this fall, I would assume no later than next spring. But I feel like we know so little about what Sony's doing upcoming, and we'll talk about that shortly. Speaking of the Ghost of Tsushima, couldn't have been more perfect. I wanted to just bring up, we had discussed this last week briefly, but I did want to verify. Ghost of Tsushima, its patching support is officially over. I went and looked up the patch notes. Patch 2.18 on PlayStation.com says, in part, quote, "While we aren't actively working on any additional patches at the moment, we will continue to monitor feedback on the community-run Got Legends subreddit and messages sent to Sucker Punch Prod on Twitter for any high-priority bugs or issues that emerge." So, it seems like, I'm sure only a few people were working on Legends at this point at Sucker Punch, but they're all off the game now. A good sign for presumably the sequel to the game, but we'll keep an eye out for that. Guys, I don't know if you saw this. Thought this was funny. The Hill reports this, although this was reported everywhere. Says authorities said a Sony PlayStation game console in degraded condition, in quotes, led to a Sunday visit from the bomb squad and the evacuation of passengers from Terminal A of Boston's Logan International Airport. And then it says that Massachusetts State Police and the TSA went and investigated. And after conducting their investigation, MSP's bomb squad, which was called in just after 4 p.m. local time, found that the suspicious item turned out to be a PlayStation game console that was in degraded condition due to damage and old age. It's not clear, and I couldn't find pictures. It's not clear what PlayStation console they were talking about, but PlayStation bomb threat.
I wonder if this was someone coming in for PAX.
Maybe, yeah, it could be.
Probably, yeah.
All you dirt bags going on the plane.
Yeah,
Who knows what you guys are doing?
4/18. That's the day. Well, I'm just trying to figure out if that would line up. It'd be
That's
pretty
actually
early,
a
but
really
maybe a
good
vendor.
point.
Maybe a vendor that was selling a PlayStation. Who knows?
It could be. Who knows? A degraded PlayStation game console. Glad everyone is safe. I didn't even want to talk about this, but I just want to bring up, because someone's going to ask. There has been speculation that Sony was going to buy Kojima Productions, and then there were these weird tweets that seemed to indicate it and some art changes. But it's worth noting that Hideo Kojima said on Twitter, quote, "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, but Kojima Productions has been and will continue to be an independent studio." So everyone stand down on that. Nothing happening there. I also wanted to point out my friend Sammy Barker over at Push Square. He wrote an interesting hands-on for eFootball. And he says that the title of it is this. So for people that don't remember, we talked about it last week and we've talked about it a lot. eFootball is the Pro Evolution Soccer Konami developed replacement for that series that's free to play, that will compete with FIFA or EA Football Club, whatever it's going to be called in the future. And it was horrible when it came out last year on PS4 and PS5. His title is hands-on. eFootball PS5, PS4 feels better than FIFA 22 after a major update. And he says, quote, "You're not going to believe this, but eFootball feels better than FIFA 22 after its latest update. Konami's disastrous soccer sim was the butt of all jokes when it launched just last year, with turgid gameplay and some hilarious graphical glitches, but the publisher released its long overdue version 1.0 patch this week, and the results are honestly more impressive." And he says, "Than Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool team." I don't know what that means. "This looks and feels fantastic, better on first impression at least than even the excellent eFootball PES 2021 from a few years ago," end quote. So shout out to eFootball as it continues to rise perhaps from the grave.
Yeah.
Our friends over... Oh, I'm sorry, do you have something to add, Chris?
No.
Oh, okay.
To a football story? Absolutely not.
No, I didn't think you did. Moving quickly here. Square Enix, according to Video Games Chronicle, is starting to get the hint that maybe we don't want them to make Western games. And the story on VGC from Chris Scullion says, in a new interview with Yahoo Japan, Yosuke Matsuda explains that while it's vital that Square Enix's games sell well on a global scale, it would be a mistake if the Japanese developers tried to imitate the Western style of game. And this, of course, Yosuke Matsuda is the president of Square Enix. He says in part, quote, "Nowadays, the games market is globalized. The domestic market used to be big, but now it is behind China and the US. If you are not recognized globally, you are not in business. But interestingly, if Japanese developers try to imitate Western games, they cannot make good ones. The designs of the monsters and the visual and audio effects are all still somewhat Japanese, and players around the world know that this is what makes Japanese games good. Overseas markets are important, but it is not enough to only develop for them," end quote. But that was very interesting. People can go read the rest of the interview if they'd like. Chris, what do you think about this admission from Yosuke Matsuda of Square Enix, especially on the back of The Avengers and more recently Babylon's Fall, which I had read fell below 10 players on Steam last week, 10 concurrent players. So they have had firsthand experience trying Western style games. Now, I'm not so sure that just MMOs or always online games are inherently Western. They have great success with Dragon Quest X, Final Fantasy 11 and 14. So it's not like it doesn't work, but I think that they've really hit a brick wall with these kinds of games. I think The Avengers was a very expensive mistake for them. So what do you think about this? For me, I read this and it gave me heart, because I think what we need more from Square Enix is more Square Enix and nothing but that.
Yeah. I don't know. I mixed a little bit on it because Guardians of the Galaxy was Square Enix, right?
Yes.
And I really liked Guardians of the Galaxy. And I feel like it's one of those games that I don't know if Guardians of the Galaxy is a game that would exist without Square Enix, because it's so weird. And just like the very premise of a game being pitched, the very idea of that game being pitched, I feel like I don't know if that would have been picked up by EA or Activision or the big three, who are a little bit more wise in this space, as far as like greenlighting these types of projects and making more Western style games. So on one hand, every now and again, we do get something that I think is really cool that could only come out of Square Enix because of their willingness to dabble in things like this and kind of like, hey, yeah, here's an Avengers game, and yeah, it didn't work out, but here's this Guardians of the Galaxy game, and I know that didn't pan out, monetarily, or at least as far as I know. I know it's doing well on Game Pass now, but
no,
like,
they called it a disappointment.
Yeah. But that's a good game. Like in my humble opinion, that's a genuinely great game.
A lot of people agree
Especially
with you. Yeah, definitely.
especially from a single player perspective. If you want single player games, guys, like, dude, that's a really great one. That's like a really good single player narrative driven story, and we got it from Square Enix, and that was definitely them doing a Western style game. Like, at least, I mean, there's some Final Fantasy VII like remake style attributes to it the later on you get, but I don't know. I do think with Babylon's Fall especially, they do need to kind of reel it in a little bit and maybe be a little bit smarter with the projects that they take on, and maybe a little bit less willing to kind of chase this kind of this idea of what people want out of them that is entirely like fabricated in their own minds. Like, I feel like people want Square Enix out of Square Enix. They don't want whatever the hell Babylon's Fall was. But at the same time, guys, like, we all knew the second we saw Babylon's Fall that it was like, this ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, no
like
doubt.
This is not what you should be doing.
No doubt about
so
it.
I feel like while I understand what they're saying, and while I agree with it for the most part, I do feel like you just need better management, really. You just got to know when to take these types of risks and when to take these types of gambles, instead of just being like, we should never try this again. Because I do think that they have some success when they do try on occasion to do this kind of thing. It's just a matter of making the right choices at the right times.
What do you think, Dustin?
I got a hot take for you here.
Oh dear.
And just to go off the article here, I just want to read what he said and then present the hot take. He said, but interestingly, if Japanese developers try to imitate Western games, they cannot make good ones. The designs of the monsters and the visual and audio effects are still somewhat Japanese, and players around the world know that this is what makes Japanese good. You read that a few minutes ago, Colin, but I want to read it again. Hot take, bit conspiratorial. Is he sandbagging Forspoken right now? Because Forspoken is from Luminous Productions, who famously, of course, Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15 is a very Japanese game, and Forspoken reeks of a game of Japanese developers trying to make a game that appeals more to a Western audience that no one is really quite vibing with quite yet. And we all want, I think on this podcast, a million times we've mentioned we want Forspoken to be good because it looks appealing in some ways, but in other ways, it's just something isn't connecting. And I feel like when he makes this statement, Forspoken is the type of game that he's talking about. And the other thing, too, just to consider is that anime and Japanese stuff is more popular than ever right now. Every kids watch anime everywhere. They don't get made fun of for it anymore. Whether you're a total nerd or even whether you're a total nerd or even popular kids, whatever. Like so many people watch anime now, right? You can get there's like seriously like a third of the shirts at Target when I was there the other day are anime shirts. So make games that appeal to those people because there are increasingly more of them and they will soon outnumber you fuckers.
Yeah,
but yeah, there's more and more of them. So I don't know. That's maybe a bit conspiratorial, but that's just that's what came into my mind when I heard that quote.
No, I think that's a great analysis. I see the realities of Final Fantasy VII Remake, which were so shocking in so many different ways, makes me so hesitant to pre-critique anything coming from Square Enix in the AAA variety, because I just don't know. Like, now I'm not a Luminous fan though. I didn't like Final Fantasy 15. I tried a few times. I'm just like, I can't do this. I just can't do this. And Final Fantasy VII Remake though is a totally different story. So we'll see what happens. But that is good analysis indeed. A couple other stories I just wanted to get through really quick. Video Games Chronicle points out that Patrick Plourde has left Ubisoft. This is a pretty big deal simply because he was the creative director of what I would argue are two of the most memorable Ubisoft games, which is Far Cry 3 and Child of Light. So certainly a big piece of talent leaving there. He was also a designer, I think the lead designer on Assassin's Creed 2 and Watch Dogs. So
Wow.
He had his hands in a lot of different games. And so he's going to go work as a consultant, and apparently will still be working for Ubisoft, just on the outside. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Wow.
And yeah, that's a big loss, no doubt. I always wanted to see Child of Light come back.
Yeah, I loved Child of Light.
Me too.
Like what a surprisingly like just really elegant game.
Definitely. That and what was the Valiant Hearts that came out that year in 2014 were both really
I didn't
cool
play Valiant
games.
Hearts.
Yeah, Valiant Hearts. I mean, they try. It was cool because it seemed like Ubisoft was going to try to do something different, and then and also they did a lot of the Rayman games around the same time too, which are more A or AA games, and
Yeah,
I don't know, they just abandoned that whole thing, unfortunately. And I just wanted to point out, finally, we're not going to go into it at all, but Game Informer published a really interesting and good interview with Jack Tretton, and old school PlayStation fans will know Jack Tretton. He was Jackie T, right? He was Sony Computer Entertainment's president from the PS3 era all the way through to the early part of the PS4 era, and is probably one of their most memorable personalities. They did a really great interview with him called Former PlayStation Boss Jack Tretton on Acquisitions, Live Service Games, E3, his new company, and more. So go check that out. We don't talk about Game Informer too much anymore because frankly they don't do too much anymore, but that is something worth going and checking out. But finally, boys, it comes time for us to talk about what we're playing. And Chris, I'm eager to begin with you. It says here that you are playing Undertale.
Wow.
Yeah,
Incredible.
I was. Yeah, I've had it for a while, and I was like, I was really struggling after Ghostwire to kind of get into something. I like it was really difficult. I'm still playing Elden Ring, obviously, and obviously like Destiny and the live service grind. But I picked up a couple of smaller games, and I tried to get into it. I tried to get into them, and I just couldn't do it. And something about everything felt too complicated. And I was like, I have Undertale. It's like this really simple game that I really should have beaten by now. And it's
Holy shit, Chris is in hell.
What?
I guess my house doesn't like that, I guess.
What the fuck? What the?
Dude, is it? You're in Doom right now, dude.
I'm a little scared, but I'm not gonna think about it.
What happened?
I have color changing lights. This doesn't happen normally, but if you're listening to this, my room just went entirely red, and I look like I'm in hell.
Yeah.
That really threw me off. What was I saying?
I don't.
Undertale.
Yeah.
Small
So I'm really far away from the thing that allows me to fix this. So this is gonna be stuck this way for the rest of the episode probably. But I was playing. I jumped back into it. I had a save file from a while ago that I was just like, I don't remember what the hell I was doing. And I didn't get that far into it. So I started it back up again just because it seems like one of these more. It seems approachable. It seems easy. It doesn't seem overwhelming. It's very charming and NES aesthetic, and it's like I can do this. You know, it's not even something as demanding as Cyber Shadow or some of these other 8-bit style like old classic games that are a little bit more challenging. And I'm playing through it right now. I'm not super far in at the moment. I'm about like 4 hours in, which is the longest I've ever gone into it. And it's charming. It's very interesting. It's a very weird experience, but it's really subversive in a positive way. I don't remember the game subverting my expectations as much as it is currently, which I must have just not been paying attention when I gave it a shot. I must have just been playing it with like my eyes glazed, like just like whatever, I'll play this. I don't like it. But it does these really clever things with what you expect out of a game like this. It does these things where it's like it sets up a puzzle for you, and a character's doing a monologue about how difficult the puzzle is going to be, and then he like gives it away by like approaching you in a very specific way. It's like, navigate this invisible maze, and there's like mines all over the place, and he has to give you something for you to go through, and so he tracks through the maze. It's very funny. It's like a very funny game, I'm realizing, which I don't think I got out of it before because I was like just skipping through the dialogue. I was like, where's the game part of this? And I realized that the game part is the conversations more than I thought it was. And you know, there's this whole morality system where you can like kind of like leave people be, or like you could flirt with the enemies, or you could like compliment the enemies, or you could like tell a joke to the enemies, and that'll allow you to like kind of leave the fight without having to without actually having to engage in any like violence. And I just like it. It's very interesting. I don't know how I feel about it quite yet, but it's piquing my interest more now than it did the last time I gave it a shot. And I'm seeing a lot of intelligence displayed in this game, and it's just very clever, and it's making me laugh a lot, which is not easy to do when it's like a text-based game. I don't know. I've always had hard times with relating to characters or liking characters that exist purely in like a text box format, you know? I feel like I need voice actors in some way. But I'm liking it so far, and I think I'm going to see it through. I haven't like looked up any strategies, by the way. I know there's like different types of runs that you can do. I'm not using like a guide or nothing. I'm just kind of going through blind and playing it how I feel. But
well, it's so short that's kind of right.
Yeah.
It kind of behooves that, which is cool.
Yeah, I've just been wandering, and it's just been fun. I like it.
Cool.
Really
You have to let me
simple and
know
nice.
when you finish it. It gets. I think that you'll really like it. And what's funny too is that you guys know this. I've recommended 2 games to Colin maybe in my entire life because I know that that's just not how he operates. But Undertale is a Colin Moriarty-ass game in that it's a retro inspired RPG which has a mechanic where you don't have to kill someone in order to win the battle, which is like totally awesome. But Chris, I know exactly what you mean, just to affirm what you're saying about the connection to characters. Like they have a tiny bit of I don't want to say it's not annoying like Banjo-Kazooie is, where they're like that, you know, and they each have their own little voice. But they do have their own particular sound that it like kind of adds like a little more personal connection to them. And I'm excited for you to play more, and then we can talk about it. It's hard for me to. I don't want to spoil it. I'll stop there.
It's a difficult game to talk about in a lot of ways because I feel like it doesn't show on the surface. Like when you look at it, it's just like, all right, well here's it just exists kind of. But it really is a game you kind of have to play to really get. And I think I always knew that. I just never really gave it a real chance. But I think
soundtrack too.
The soundtrack's awesome.
Amazing.
That's one thing that's like it is a really good soundtrack. And also we were talking about like how like the Banjo-Kazooie like those annoying sounds. I like that this game's way of denoting character is to change up the fonts on you.
Yes.
Like different characters speak with different fonts. And I find that like very clever in a way that like I just was not anticipating. Because I remember that was the case. I know like you have characters like Sans and Papyrus who like literally speak in their like Papyrus speaks in Papyrus. Right. But like I knew that before. Like I noticed that. I was like, oh, it's I thought it was like a pun. You know, it's like, okay, it's like he speaks with his font is the same thing as his name. All right, whatever. But it's like the decision to even do that, to have different types of fonts display themselves in different speech bubbles based on like who's speaking, is just a really clever characterization tool. And I don't think it really clicked with me in that way last time. So I'm really happy I'm just glad to be playing through this game in a context by which it's like clicking with me, because I find that like a lot of times I'll play a game and I'll play a game over and over again and it just won't click with me. You know, like it happened with The Witcher 3 a lot, where like it took ages for that game to click with me. And it's always nice and reaffirming to kind of come back to a game that didn't work for you and just have it work. And most recently it happened to me with Prey. And I just like when this kind of thing happens.
I was looking it up because I thought it was on Vita. It is. I'll download it because it's funny. Actually, I meant to say this as an aside.
Good platinum too, Colin.
I saw that. I was just
great
looking
platinum.
At that. Sandeep Rai, who we had on the show, a PlayStation expert, one of the people I consider really up there with me on PlayStation expertise. His book Vita Means Life finally came in the mail. This was the first thing I ever kickstarted on Kickstarter in my life. And after years of being against it, I was like, yeah, fuck it. I was wrong. So it's really cool. It's a full look at all of the Vita games. And one of the things they have in here, which is cool, is the Vita Top 100 games. And I wanted to bring this up because I think I could be wrong, but I want to say Undertale, is number 8. I don't know if that's coming through. It probably isn't, but number 8 on the list. And I was going through because they have a PlayStation Collector's Handbook as well. And I was trying to just like, there's games that I just missed.
Yeah.
And I think that there's quite a few of them. And this is the first time I'm really going to sit down and try to figure that out. And it's funny you brought up Undertale, and I saw it on the list with you on our document today, because I was like, oh, that was the highest rank. I believe that's the highest ranked game actually that I didn't play.
I think I think you would love it. Like it really is a you game, I think. It's funny, you were showing the picture of it, like in the book, and because Zencaster does this blur thing, it looked like you were showing us some like grisly evidence.
yeah. Perhaps I was. It's a centerfold. All right, Dustin, let's move on to you. What are you playing?
I'm not playing a whole lot this past week. It's weird. I'm not feeling myself particularly drawn to anything. I was at the store and I'm like, do I get Lego Star Wars? I was like, well, Ben bought it and he'll be done with it at some point, so I can just play it there. Which him and I have like a good relationship of like letting each other borrow games and stuff like that. So I'll wait on that. And so I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm playing Sekiro. And I was thinking about this in this game. I was like, I've played this game so many times. There's nothing really for me to gain from it. So why? I was like, oh yeah, this is something that Chris has said. Gameplay's king. It's just a fun game to play. It feels good.
Mm-hmm.
And I got exactly what I wanted. It's just like going through, and it's fun just because it's been probably about 6 or so months since I last played it. So just enough to get a little rusty and forget some stuff. And man, I was just having such a great time. And it feels good too, in particular, coming off of Elden Ring, just to kind of compare and contrast. Obviously, people always ask, like, how do you rank these games? And Sekiro is so different from Elden Ring. And it's almost hard to even say one is better than the other, just because Sekiro is so much less diverse in its combat and its options, but it's not like in a bad way. It has like really tight, focused combat that you just wouldn't be able to get in Elden Ring, but it doesn't have the creativity of Elden Ring's combat. So if you're done with Elden Ring and you're looking for something fresh, Sekiro is always something I would recommend to check out.
Yeah.
This other game I don't really want to speak on too much, but I just thought it was funny. I saw this on sale. There's a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game for PlayStation 4. This is not the fighting game. That's the PlayStation 3 game. This is called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Eyes of Heaven. It was $9 on the PlayStation Store, and I thought, you know what? I am just dumb enough to buy this. And I did, but I didn't play the story mode because it has spoilers for parts that aren't out yet in the anime. So this game's bad, guys. It's terribly bad, but you can tell that it is made with love and care. It has an insane roster of characters from every part of the anime. They even have special combo moves when you select two characters together. And there's just, there's a lot of care in it, but it's just not good. And what was shocking to me, not shocking, but I had a revelation, is that this game was made by CyberConnect 2, which some of you may remember was the original developer on Final Fantasy VII Remake. And they're known for making a bunch of anime games like this, Naruto games, dot hack games, whatever. And it's a good thing that they were based on the amount of this game that I played. I'm glad that they got taken off of it. But this game, if you like the anime and you want to have a nice little fun time experimenting with some of the characters, it maybe is worth $9. But steer clear. We need a new class of anime game because a lot of these just don't do it for me.
How old is that JoJo game?
That's a great question, Chris.
Because you brought up Cyberpunk 2, and I'm just like I'm constantly like, every time I hear them, it's never in a good context, and I can't imagine.
2015.
Oh, 2015.
Which is actually more closer than I thought. I expected it. Well, I guess PS4 started in what?
Came with PS3 as well in Japan. That's interesting.
That's
Dude,
so weird.
It's a weird game though, because it's an arena fighter. So it's like, match style where it's like two characters versus two characters, but you can fully run around the environment, but then like you engage in like a more angled one-on-one, and it's
So it's like
Real strange.
Is it like Tenkaichi kind of like for the PS2, like where it's like you're kind of running around this 3D space?
Yes, I never played that game, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was just
but yeah.
Budokai, but like slightly 3D, basically.
It's so disappointing. I booted it up to show Holly just because she watched a lot of the later parts of JoJo with me, and I'm like, look, they got this character. They got this character. Isn't this crazy? You can play as the dog. You can play as the Boston Terrier.
The dog that gets the dog that gets a kneed in the face in the beginning.
That's in part 1. No, you can't play.
Oh man,
would be really funny if you could play it.
I got so excited. The dog that gets abused in the first episode.
I'm looking up the Iggy is the character.
Iggy, yeah, Iggy's the Boston
He
Terrier.
is a Boston. I didn't know that. That's so cute.
He's got a stand power as well. I can't remember which one, but yeah, he's like a main character of that part. And you can play as him in the game, which I haven't done that yet because I'm just like, how does that work if you play as a character that's the size of a small dog versus humans? Like, period. Like, how does that even work? But like I said, it was fun to check out, but I'm hoping for much better when they re-release that fighting game later this year.
Interesting. Yeah. CyberConnect 2. Strange Studio.
Strange.
Some really big stuff. I mean, aren't they doing the big, or did they do the big, Demon Slayer game that was theirs?
They did do that, which
and they do the Naruto games, and then Dot Hack obviously is what I knew them from back in the day.
I think that Demon Slayer game sold in like pretty well, and it's also I'm guessing it's better than the JoJo game, but I'm sure it's not very good either. It's just anime games, man. They sell really well. They don't need to be good. So
yeah, that's too bad. I mean, and by the way, they've pretty much never been good. I mean, even if you think about like Legend of Kage and all that on NES and some other games, like these games all suck. You know, well, it's so strange to me that it takes like in my opinion, the first great anime game I remember playing, and I think I brought it up recently on the show, was Ranma Half on SNES. That was the first time I remember playing like an anime game that was good, like really good.
Right.
But it's a little different now. The fighting games are obviously better.
Yeah, the fighting games are. I feel like that's really where they really shine. Like I feel like most of the Dragon Ball games that I've played have been pretty solid. I mean, even on PS1 where you had like stuff like Ultimate Battle 22, which played like dog ass.
Right.
There's like
Kakarot
something satisfying about it. Yeah, that's the RPG, right?
I don't know if it's an RPG.
I feel like I remember it being like this weird like. It's like experience. Go fishing with Goku's tail in the river, and it's like this is weird. I don't like any of this, but and God bless.
It seems like there could be a situation, like a Marvel-like situation, where they start handing out some of these IPs to competent developers to make something actually good. Like they had the team behind Yakuza, which I never know how to say. Ryuga
Gotoku.
Yeah. They made a Fist of the North Star game, which was not bad. Metacritic at 72, but like that's a perfect matchup. Like I would love to see, man, if they could get From Software to make a Berserk game, even though
that's
Dark
what
Souls
Elden Ring
arguably is a Berserk game in some ways, but there's a lot of potential, so it's just sad. But I rewarded them with my money anyway, so I'm the problem at $9.
Attack on Titan games that were not great too, right? Were those Musos? Is that what those were? No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I own one of them. I've never played it. I got it when our local family video closed. I bought a bunch of games, and that was one of them.
Can you even have an Attack on Titan Muso because just because of how big those enemies have to be?
Probably not. Yeah, it says action. Oh no, it is a Mega Force. It is a Mega Force game.
Has Muso games.
Yeah, that I remember. Warrior. It says here though, Omega Force did make it the Attack on Titan game, so it probably is a Muso.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're right though. I've only seen the first season. I must say that I was completely compelled by that show for like 2 days. Like I watched the first season and I was pausing it because you know all those like things come up and it just says all this writing, and I was like really reading about it. And then for some, it's because it's in Japanese and I don't want to listen to the dub. And I can't. I just don't have the attention span anymore to watch.
It gets very I don't want to say Game of Thronesy, but it has like a lot of political intrigue later on.
It's scary as fuck. I mean, I think that is a scary ass story and an awesome idea. This idea of like these 3 inner walls and like these massive. That's fucking cool as hell, man. One day I'll get back to that. Okay, guys, I want to talk about 2022 Game of the Year so far. Nobody Saves the World.
Oh.
Mighty Max wrote in,
Oh.
said, "Howdy, fellas. Colin, I was listening to your latest Sacred Symbols Plus episode with Jaffe, and it was awesome content. I was really pleased to hear you say you've been loving Nobody Saves the World. I'm unfortunately sick at home with COVID, and I've been occupying my mind by just playing this gem of a game for hours at a time. The soundtrack, the art style, and quirky humor are so good, but really it's the gameplay loop of grinding for those new forms and their abilities that make this game so magical to me. So many fun combos to create and mess around with. This is my first Drinkbox game, and it's making me reconsider playing their previous games now. You definitely should. I would agree that so far this is also my game to beat for Game of the Year. Just based on sheer fun factor alone, excited to hear more of your or maybe the boys' thoughts on this gem." So I bought this game the day it came out to PlayStation. Obviously, it was a Game Pass game earlier this year. We will talk about that in a moment because we have another letter about that. But I was happy to buy it. It was a few bucks off, so I think it was like $23. And it's fucking awesome. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised by that. I guess I'm really not. See, this is the beauty of just not really paying attention to what's coming out. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we know Drinkbox is making a game. That's cool. You know, I'll get to it and we'll find out what it is. You have no expectations. You don't even really know what it is. I do this all the time, especially with smaller games. And so I bought it really not even knowing what it was. I was just like, yeah, I love Drinkbox. I love Guacamelee. I love Guacamelee 2. I love Severed. I mean, these are awesome games about a blob. So I was very happy to buy it. And I found a game that is immensely clever, immensely charming and funny. Doesn't take itself seriously at all. It's cute. It is constantly having me. Mike has been playing Triangle Strategy, and now she's playing Kirby on her Switch. So she's just sitting on the couch, and I'm constantly doing like look at how cute this is. Look at how funny this is. There are so many funny little touches. I'm not even really sure what the game's about because all the different characters. I mean, it's about like this thing called the Calamity coming and all of this, but it's really not about that because you play as this nobody character, almost this I don't know, facade of something, of nothing really, right? And you become a rat, you become a knight, you become a frog, you become, you know, a slug, and these
You're
are
like
basically
a ditto, basically.
right. That's exactly right. And you unlock all these things as character classes, and it's cool because then the character classes unlock just like Final Fantasy Tactics, where like you have to have a little bit of this and a little bit of this, and then you unlock this, and then that unlocks this when you have this at this level and all of the rest. And you just climb up and up, but you can constantly go back to all these different forms in real time. And ultimately you can start combining all of their different skills together. So you can have like the slug who can leave behind like this trail that slows everyone down, but then you can give him like the knight's shield bash attack and the ranger's arrow attack. And it's just so cool. And what I really love about it is that every system feeds into the next system. I would argue that perhaps it goes a little even too far in its systems. I think that the too far system is the upgrade coin system, where there's just another whole level of upgrading everything. But I love that you unlock the characters, then you do these very specific tasks with the characters, like use this attack 5 times, do this thing 10 times. Then that unlocks skill points for that character, and then that's how you level that character's class up. But behind that is an experience system in which you do anything and you get experience points for it. And I just couldn't believe how many clever, lovely things this game does. One of the things I love that it does is you can go to the store and ultimately buy repeatable side quests that just constantly give you experience points. So if you want to just grind the game and kind of get through it quickly, I don't. But you can just be like, I get every 1,000 points, I get experience points. Every 500 kills, I get experience points, whatever, so on and so forth. And you're just constantly digging these. And then you have character-specific and class-specific ones as well. It's just a really lovely game. And I think it's really fun. It's quite hard too, I think. I think we might actually have a question on this later, so I want to get too into it, but about leveling. I think I'm reaching another issue with this game, so this is a problem with me lately. Maybe I'm just playing these games too deeply in some way, but I have to recommend this game to anyone that's a Drinkbox fan and anyone that is into action role-playing games, deep systems. I'm about 20 hours in. I probably played about 20 hours. And I'm loving it. I'm especially loving it just playing it a little bit at a time, doing a dungeon here, doing a run here. It's great. And I do have to acknowledge this from Steve Hodge. He says, "Hey, CDC, I need Colin to clear something up. You have stated multiple times that Game Pass has no games that can come close to the quality of games in the PlayStation Plus collection. However, you have also stated that your 2021 Game of the Year is Outriders and your current 2022 Game of the Year is Nobody Saves the World. Both of these games are on Game Pass. Are you claiming that your Game of the Year contenders are bad games, or are you ready to admit that your view of Game Pass not having any quality games is outdated?" I'm talking about first and second party games, to be fair, but it is true that the my game of the year last year was overwhelmingly Outriders, which is a Game Pass game. By the way, we're going to hear more about Outriders DLC apparently soon, which is exciting. And yeah, Nobody Saves the World is the game to beat. Do I think it'll be beat? I have no idea, because we don't really know what the fuck's coming out this year, other than a handful of games. Have either of you played this game and have anything to add?
I played a little bit, but I want to wait. I was thinking like this would be a good Switch game. Now I'm thinking this would be a good Steam Deck game, but Gabe still refuses to send me the Steam Deck that I pre-ordered. So I may end up getting it on Switch or something for on the road next week, maybe.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I looked. I watched. A friend of mine did a review of it, and he was really high on it. But like, I feel like it's one of those games that I can tell. I can tell just the nature of it. It's so class driven and so specific that I feel like it's one of those games that I'm going to need to not be playing other things while I'm playing it. Like for me personally, like these kinds of games where you can like mix and match classes and there's like different skill trees and you know, experience points and it just, they overwhelm me to the point where like I can really only handle like one of those at a time and really enjoy them. But it looks like a game that I would like. It reminds me a lot of it reminds me of the style of Behemoth in some ways. Obviously not exactly, because this is like Drinkbox game and it's obviously not the Behemoth, but just the insane style of it. Just the fact it's like, yeah, you could be a strong man and a rat and you can be both at once. Why not? I especially like the way that because I was watching some clips of it while you were talking about it. I especially like the way that the rat's bite attack looks on screen.
Yeah,
it just looks very like, it looks like an anxiety attack.
It's just animation, you know.
It's so frantic. I love it. But I'll probably get around it. This is probably a back catalog game for me, like probably like through the summer that I'll probably play through. Because obviously like there's just so much I want to get through while I have the time. Like we a lot of people complain about the middle of this year being really slow, but I personally welcome it after the last like 2-3 months that we've had.
I agree that it's not going to be one of those games. First of all, you're right. We have to use our time deliberately here that we have it. I understand that this is not going to be one of those games that draws in people at first look. I suggest people go check it out if you can. I really, really love it. There's the character classes are hysterical, and the cleverness of the character classes, like there's a knight, but then you can also be like a mermaid, but the mermaid is like hideous, and, like, ugly and decrepit. And I love the zombie subclass because you're constantly losing health when you play as the zombie. Like you're just constantly losing health until you die. So there's all these really interesting things that it does. And one thing I really love about it is there are 5 main dungeons, or maybe 6. I think I've done 3 of them. Is that when you go into these main dungeons, it turns off all experience points, encouraging you to not worry about what you're leveling up, because you have to level these guys up. It reminds me a little bit of Ratchet and Clank in that you're kind of want to level everything up evenly, just like with the weapons in Ratchet and Clank. That way you don't have to dump a lot of time into something later on. And the game at some point just like, don't even sweat it, because you're not going to earn any experience here anyway. So and the game tells you on the screen, like, just build your best character right now and get through the dungeon. So I dig that. And you know what game you were talking about, how of something it might remind you of, and you said the Behemoth, which I think is a great pull. It reminds me of that old Ron Gilbert game, Death Spank, as well.
Yes,
just from, which was a Hothead Games game. Those guys just do iOS games now, but do you see that resemblance there as well?
Totally. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like the style of it in particular, like art from an art perspective, is very Death Spank. What a nice. That's always that's a nice thing to remember.
That was fun, man. That was a great game. I love Death Spank. I didn't play the second one, but I liked the first one a lot. And,
the first one was cool. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
And it had the same kind of irreverent humor that this game has. So definitely check it out. The Drinkbox are one of those guys. Oh, I should say that I am in the credits of the game. I think I said that. Maybe I didn't say it on. Well, I guess I wouldn't have come up here, but I am in the credits of the game. So there's that, in case you think I'm biased or whatever. But I think it's really wonderful, and I love Drinkbox. Guacamelee is just so good. Severed is I was just talking to someone actually. Severed is as far as I know, Severed was really the last Vita exclusive made by a studio of any consequence. Like they were the last studio, and it was back in 2016, but they were the last studio that said we're making a Vita exclusive. Now, of course, it migrated elsewhere when it bombed, but I thought that was pretty cool too. Love those guys. Big Vita fans. Okay, guys, let's get into the news. And there's something on the top of everyone's mind right now. Number one, the top question on hardcore PlayStation fans' minds these days is this: what's going on with God of War Ragnarok? The game, which entered development in 2018 and which was originally slated for and announced for launch on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 in 2021, still doesn't have a release date. This isn't necessarily anything urgent. You may recall that the 2018 God of War reboot on PS4 received its release date out of the clear blue and launched only months later. But a recent video from the game's executive producer and the creative director of Santa Monica Studio, Cory Barlog, feeds the weirdness. On the Santa Monica Twitter account, Cory says the following in part, noting that 420 marks the 4th anniversary of the reboot's launch. Quote, God of War Ragnarok, the elephant in the room. We haven't said a lot about this. That's because everybody is heads down, hard at work. We are perfectionists. Everyone's tightening up the graphics on level 3. It's a Grandma Boys reference. There is so much going on right now that I just wish that we could share with you, but it's just not ready to be shown. But I guarantee you the very second that we have something that we're ready to share, we're going to share it with you because we don't want to hold any of this back. So please hold tight. Know that something cool is coming, end quote. Those familiar with the brief saga behind the sequel will remember that the delay has so far been blamed on 2 specific things. COVID, of course, and a much more quiet internal delay going back to the pre-pandemic era in which Kratos' motion capture actor, Christopher Judge, had surgery affecting the earliest portions of production. But with a release originally expected as early as spring 2021 and with no release date, and with no release put on the game aside from 2022, a release window that Barlog didn't reiterate in his video, it may be time to start wondering if this game will indeed launch this year at all. Santa Monica Studio, widely known for most of the God of War games going back to the origins of the series in 2005, is also working on a second, much more secret game that's presumably being shepherded more intimately by Cory Barlog himself. Ragnarok is instead being directed by Eric Williams, a designer by trade and God of War veteran. This is his directorial debut. Games of God of War Ragnarok size, scope, and production value and critical and commercial goals can easily cost $200 million to make in the modern era and take a team of hundreds 4 or 5 years, if not more, to complete. However, the game's animation director, Bruno Velasquez, tweeted in response to a fan that Ragnarok is indeed a 2022 game, and it seems he would probably know better than most. Michael Lamaro wrote into us on Patreon, just like you can, says, "Hi, guys. As you may have seen, Santa Monica and Cory Barlog released a short video this week with the quick update that they will release more info on Ragnarok when it is ready to be shown off more. Can you guys provide a quick gut check on your predicted release window for the game? Still optimistic for 2022? Thanks, boys." Chris, let's start with you. I'm curious about this. I feel like Bruno Velasquez's tweet, which is making the rounds, seems to indicate that internally they expect that this game will come out this year, but I don't know why they're being so quiet about it. Again, there was only 4 months between the release date being announced and the game coming out in 2018, the original God of War reboot. So it's not necessarily unheard of, but this game was prepared to have originally maybe come out as of a year ago. So been heavily interrupted during production. I'm just curious if you think it'll actually come out this year, especially with what we were talking about earlier about maybe The Last of Us and or Factions taking the place this year of some big fall game.
Yeah, I mean, my gut check is that it is coming out this year still. I just feel like the animation director. I feel like that's a pretty good source, and I feel like they would know, and I feel like, look, man, sometimes games aren't in tip-top shape until like the weeks leading up to launch. I mean, like, I think even famously, I think they even talked about in Raising Kratos, that documentary, about how like even like the last like 2 months of the original God of War, like the game was like barely running right and it was like a mess. So like I could believe that, yeah, the game's not ready to be shown right now and it will come out this year as well. It's only April. They don't have a lot of time, but they definitely have enough time to, I think, whip it into shape. And I quite honestly, I think they need this. I think I don't know if The Last of Us remake is going to be that exciting of a fall exclusive, especially in the wake of something like Starfield, which has a lot of hype. It might deliver, it might not, but I just feel like if you're looking at the fall schedules for the big two, you see something like Starfield competing with The Last of Us remake. It's not exactly 1-to-1, and I feel like Sony knows that. I just my gut says it's coming out this year. Still,
first of all, I think you're right. I think it will come out this year. I wonder how The Last of Us will affect it, in the sense that The Last of Us is only on PS5. I think this will be the last major PS4, PS5/PS5 release. So there might be something to that, getting that done as quickly as possible. I think. I don't know that you want to extend these cross-platform releases in a AAA variety all the way to 2023. I feel like that's with the outside of the show. I just feel like that's just insane. But what do you think, Dustin? Do you think we'll see God of War in 2022? Are you compelled, like I am, that the Bruno Velasquez tweet seems to indicate internal knowledge? I mean, the animation director of the game, one of the highest ranking people on the game, would know when the game is coming out. I don't know that anyone earns anything from just releasing and revealing things too soon. I think that if they knew COVID was going to happen, they probably would have never announced God of War the way they did. They did announce it during God of War, but COVID, but I don't think they would have maybe rolled it out if they thought that this thing was going to last 2 years, that they were going to get massively disrupted behind the scenes. How do you feel about this?
I think I'm in the camp that the animation director would know, but at the same time, it's kind of weird that we have someone like that going and confirming it on Twitter. Like, it just seems weird, all around weird. Now, I have another question that I just want to bring up, food for thought. And that is, I think this happened last week. I'm looking at a PlayStation Lifestyle article, but this was written about everywhere on April 14th. So Christopher Judge is the voice of Kratos, and they're the one that they delayed the game for. And he does some of the mocap, but
right.
Traditionally, a lot of the other additional mocap for Kratos was done by Joseph Gatt, who was recently arrested for allegedly having sexually explicit communication with a minor across state lines. So I don't know how this would work, but is there a possibility that with this ongoing investigation, if he's in the game and in the credits, is there some possibility that they might not want to use what he was in for an optics perspective?
Great point. Well, it's a great point.
I just want to throw that out there, something to think about.
I think it's a great point, especially because if he's in SAG-AFTRA or some aligned union and he appears in X amount of whatever, he has to be credited in certain ways. Like, there's just no way around it. In other words, they can't have some deal where being like, you're not in the credits, dude. I think that they can get sued for that, so they might have to remove him. That is a wonderful point. Sucks for them.
Right.
I think people would understand. I don't know, maybe because there is always going to be a joke attached to it, being like, oh, Kratos is a sexual predator, or whatever memes are going to come out, and so maybe they want to avoid that. That's a great point. I don't know. What do you think about that, Chris?
I don't know. I feel like motion capture is not face capture. Like, it's still going to be the
That's
model
what I was
of
thinking
Kratos.
too.
Like, I don't think it's that big of a. I don't imagine that being a big deal. Like, it could potentially disrupt production. Like, I could see that, but like ultimately, like I don't see how that would necessarily affect the game. I don't see how that would affect the game to the point where it would be pushed out of 2022 for that reason. I will say though, that while I do think this game is coming out this year, I do think there is a troubled development. I think at least a little bit. I thought the video itself was very bizarre. That it's just kind of Cory Barlog in the main lobby, this atrium, and the audio is terrible.
Yeah, exactly. The audio was awful. Awful.
It's just like, it reminds me of. Do you remember when we were talking about some of these like these earlier pandemic directs, and how you were talking about how Microsoft just kind of had these people go in front of like 240p webcams with like random backgrounds and like the worst quality ever to announce these like 4K renders of like, like it reminded me of that, where it's like, if you're gonna, I understand like maybe there's like a degree of like earnestness there. They'd be like, hey, just I'm letting you guys know this on just on a whim, like in the middle of my workday, but like, that's not the case. It's a tripod that's set up with this thing on it, or at least at the very least it's like on some kind of server, like it's planned to some degree, that video, so that they couldn't get like just a more clear, I don't know, that's not the biggest deal. It's not like indicative of like turmoil, and like I don't think the game's like completely fucked or anything.
But you're right though.
I thought that video was just weird the way they did it.
You're right though, in that it wasn't an impromptu video per se. It was the 4th anniversary of the reboot. That's why they made it. So you would think that they would, because people were expecting that maybe we would have something to show on 420. But you would think that like their community manager and all of that would be like, yeah, let's get, you know, a lapel mic and
something.
or go
Yeah.
in a conference room so it's not, you know, I was getting excited because my office, I mean, it's fucking crowded as hell right now. It's just all sorts of shit in it, but it's getting fuller and fuller, and the sound is getting deader and deader. You know, and I'm excited about that. And they're in like they're in the worst. I've been to Santa Monica Studio. They're in the worst fucking place. It's like staircases and open areas and uneven walls, and it just doesn't. PlayStation should worry about the production of things like that. And what they could have done was an edited 2 or 3 minute video with him standing there and doing some VO and going through. Everyone's coming back. Everyone's coming back to the studio. It's a little serpentine view of the different lines of cubicles, and I don't know. It did seem a little weird. I agree.
Yeah. I just found it strange.
I want to add real quick, just
Please.
out of transparency and no, not transparency, but to be fair to all parties. The situation with Joseph Gatt, he completely denies on his Twitter and says that he is fully cooperating with the police in order to, quote, he says, "I look forward to clearing my good name." So just to be clear, these are allegations. At the same time, he was arrested for it. So they seem
Right,
like
you're
very,
innocent until proven guilty.
he's-
no
he's-
doubt about that.
yeah. But I just want to make sure that his side was
No,
said as
absolutely.
well.
That's
So,
very fair to do, and he is presumed innocent. But unfortunately for him, even if he is innocent, there is an inherent built-in toxicity now for him that Sony has to, unfortunately, take into account.
yeah.
So
Unfortunately.
regardless of what he's done, and that'll all play out. I think that's actually a good point, though, Dustin. I think that's like really good point that that maybe this has to do with some of this weird motion capture, and if that's true, that's foundational stuff that's usually long done by this point in a game's
Right.
development. The animation director, in fact, speaking out about this, I thought was peculiar because his job should be largely done, if not completely done at this point too. So they can fine tune everything, but this is a lot of the stuff that's going on now has to do with just tuning the full game. And if they're not at that point yet, then this game's not coming out this year. So, but I just want to go through one more time. Chris, what's your gut feeling? 2022?
Gotcha.
Yeah, I still think so. I think the worst that they could do is maybe cut some stuff. You know, maybe they're not going to land the plane with everybody on board. You know, but I think they're going to land the plane, and I think it's going to be a damn fine plane. You know, I don't get the sense from even the strangeness of that video, or even just like the stuff with this motion capture guy, that would be enough to push the game into a different gear. I don't get that sense.
Well, unfortunately, with a lack of specificity, as usual with these different organizations, we're left to fill in the holes. It's the same thing with CD Projekt. It's like, oh, we're just bringing Witcher 3 in-house. Nothing to worry about. And everyone's like, is it because Saber Interactive is Russian? And they're like, the game's fine. You know, like it's just like just talking past it. So we have to, you know, there's a vacuum here for information. We're going to try to fill it as best we can. But I think you're right. I'll say it's 2022 as well. Dustin, what's your gut check?
Yeah, I'm going to say 2022. Maybe late. Who knows? Maybe this is like a December release, like kind of very tail end of the holiday season. But yeah, I would say this year.
Look, man, it can't be less content complete than Halo Infinite was at launch.
No,
you know what I mean? And
That's true.
that's not. I don't even mean that as a disparity. That's a good game. So I feel like, you know, whatever they got right now, I'm sure is fine. I'm sure it's going to. They're just going to be spending a lot of time tweaking and finalizing stuff, and I have confidence that it's going to come out this year.
I will say this, you know, it's a little conspiratorial, but I was very much on this, and Ben agreed with me when we did the 2+ hour Horizon Forbidden West spoiler cast, but I feel the negative shit percolating about this game now. Like, I just feel like there's a weird undercurrent of negativity around this game in the hardcore spoken industry on social media and on YouTube and stuff. This is not coming into a hospitable environment again, just like Horizon I don't think did. And there's something different about the patina of these different PlayStation exclusives in this new ecosystem, where they're not looked at as these titans anymore, whether they are or not. People are, I think, looking to beat the shit out of these games. And what I'm seeing about God of War right now is that like this is DLC, and you know, Corey did, I think, foolishly admit that they had like something like 6 or 8 hours of the original game that they didn't even release or put in the original game, and so people are going to assume that is finding its way in here. And there's just, And by the way, Corey has deleted his fucking social media presence, which a lot of people are confused by and befuddled by.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's smart I think that's him just saying like, I gotta fucking focus. So I'm not so worried about that, but could there be something more to this? Maybe. I don't know.
We'll see.
Excuse me. Okay, let's get into number 2, guys. This is big news here. It's exciting news. In what can only be described as poetic justice, it appears beloved one-time PlayStation-centric writer and director Amy Hennig is returning to the Star Wars universe. First, some history. Amy Hennig, an industry veteran going back to the late 80s when she worked as an artist on games for Atari and Electronic Arts, became notable when she wrote and directed the sequel to the Dennis Dyack-created action RPG Soul Reaver. The original game came out in 1996, and its sequel, the Hennig-led 1999 PS1 game Soul Reaver, is much beloved. After more work in the Soul Reaver universe as writer and director, she migrated to Naughty Dog, recently purchased by Sony at the time, where she directed the third Jak and Daxter game, 2004's Jak 3 on PlayStation 2. From there, the rest is well known. Hennig created, wrote, and directed Naughty Dog's Uncharted trilogy across PlayStation 3, launched in 2007, 2009, and 2011, respectively. She left Naughty Dog under some duress during Uncharted 4's development, heavily affecting that game's cycle, and she found her way to EA-owned Visceral. It's here that we pick up the story, because she was originally slated to write and lead a Star Wars game codenamed Ragtag, which we had only seen a small sliver of. Visceral was ultimately shut down, the game canceled, and Hennig ultimately found her way from there to Skydance in 2019, best known for its action films, but also in pursuit of video games. In 2021, Hennig helped Skydance seal a deal with Marvel for a game, and now she is also back in the driver's seat on a Star Wars game. In an announcement from Disney-owned Lucasfilm Games, Skydance is working, quote, to develop and produce a narrative-driven action-adventure game featuring an original story in the Star Wars galaxy, end quote. It's worth noting that the announcement makes clear Hennig is the head of the entire Skydance group and is not necessarily leading the ship on this game per se, nor the aforementioned Marvel game, but rather helming the entire organization as a whole. As we've recently celebrated, publisher Electronic Arts' nearly 10-year exclusivity window with Star Wars games is finally over. An era of time EA largely botched, at least critically, delivering only one true critical darling in that time in the form of 2019's Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. We already know Ubisoft Studio Massive, the team behind The Division, is working on a Star Wars game, and we'll see if there are even more in the works outside of EA's continuing toil on the Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order franchise, as well as the far-off Quantic Dream adventure game Eclipse. I think there's a third game at EA as well. Guys, well, I'm curious what you thought about this news. Dustin, let's start with you. Amy Hennig back in the fold. Now, I think she's found a place at Skydance that marries her obsessiveness, which she's very well known for, with and her managerial skill, with some big IP that I think she can do something with. And I don't know how excited to get about this because she's the group leader, so I don't know if she's writing or directing anything. But she's at least shepherding this thing, and she was the shepherd of the Uncharted trilogy. I mean, that's Dagan and I are doing those on Knockback right now. We were talking like they made Uncharted 2 in 2 years, and then they made Uncharted 3 in 2 years, and that was all under her, of course. So impressive stuff. What do you think, Dustin? Are you excited about this this reunion of Star Wars and Amy Hennig?
Yeah, well, I'm happy for just because she's been. I don't know. I don't know her, and I don't know what her situation is. But I mean, she's been bouncing around and having a lot of either just projects that not able to come to full fruition, whether it's the last Star Wars project or whatever happened with her and Naughty Dog and Uncharted 4. Just because, remember, people, this is very interesting. Go back and watch the first Uncharted 4 trailer that they released on the eve of the PlayStation 4 launch. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it makes sense. Like you can kind of piece together. Was that when Amy
was like sitting there, right? Was that the thing?
I remember the trailer. I remember watching it at my friend's house that night because we were all going at midnight to get our PlayStation 4s.
Isn't that the one where he's like just like in the dirt or whatever?
No, this is before that. This is like I'm pretty sure it's like a map. You don't see any characters. You just hear voiceover.
That's right.
And it portrays a very different story. Really interesting to go check out. I'm very curious.
I will tell you right now that the original story was totally different. Like,
right.
All the locations in Uncharted 4, as we knew, were all in the original story in different orders. When Amy left, they had to salvage it. They already made everything, basically. You know, like all the maps, or at least had begun to map them out. So,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm curious about Skydance as a company, just because obviously that they're primarily film company, but looking at their website, the two games they have listed under their interactive segment are a game called Archangel, which I'm thinking that's a VR game. And then the other one is The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, which is a
Yep.
game that I played late last year.
That's getting a
And
sequel.
people love that game. And like you see, yeah, a sequel as well. So it's interesting, especially just because Disney is partnering with a division of another film company to do this. So clearly there's some promise there. But this is just the continuation of more Star Wars games, more Marvel games, which, you know, is debatably exciting or not. I'm kind of mixed about it. In some ways, I think it'll be cool to see this like return of having all these different types of Star Wars games that can tell smaller stories and more unique situations and stuff like that. But at the same time, also, everyone knows, I'm very fatigued by this as well. But I would love to see something totally new. Obviously, Amy's very creative, done a lot of cool stuff, and so I'll be watching this project very closely.
Yeah, me too. Chris, I'm curious what your thoughts, like top line thoughts, are on the return of Hennig. And as we kind of wait, she did some writing on Forspoken that comes out later this year. She did do some writing on Hardline, the Visceral Battlefield
I
game.
forgot about that.
But really, she hasn't done anything that we would really care about since 2011, or at least release something since 2011. It's kind of must be so frustrating, and she probably is so pent up. I actually reached out to her. She and I were pretty friendly. I didn't hear back from her. I'll have to reach out to her again. I kind of want to get her on the show. I'm sure she's kind of all buttoned up right now. But what do you think about this reunion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. I feel like there's got to be some elements of that ill-fated project that's going to make its way back into it. Like I don't know how that side of the industry works, but I can't imagine that was like a comfortable thing to just have to sit and just lose. And I would imagine that we'll be getting something pretty cool. But I'm kind of with Dustin, where I'm mixed on the premise of getting all of these really industry leading people into the pigeonhole of Marvel, Star Wars. Like I think it's cool. I think it's good in the sense that we had a really interesting industry when we had a bunch of different companies making random Star Wars games. You had like Star Wars Jedi Starfighter and Jedi Power Battles and KOTOR and Force Unleashed. You know, it was an interesting time to be a part of. But at the same time, back then you really had studios that really didn't have a lot of clout per se, and you had like a lot of people who didn't necessarily have names for themselves. It wasn't like Bungie making a Star Wars game, which I feel like in 2007 would have been like frustrating, like from my perspective, because I was just like, I don't want them to do that. I want them to do what they do. So I can understand like I understand both sides of like the frustration and the excitement, because on one hand we are going to get like a lot of really cool Star Wars games, but what is that going to come at the expense of?
Well, everything is an opportunity cost. I just have to keep
it is, but it's a little different to have like a studio that just like didn't make anything and then suddenly they made this like really cool Star Wars game. You know, it's just like, oh, what a cool Star Wars game that this random studio made, as opposed to like, oh, Amy Hennig, you know, hey, here's the Uncharted writer, and now it's, instead of getting something new and completely fresh, it's like, hey, that talent is going to be put towards Star Wars, and it's like, yeah, that's cool, but I get why it's not necessarily I get why people wouldn't meet it with all of the fanfare in the world, but ultimately I'm excited to see like what she does. Like if this means we're going to get something really, really deep and interesting and cool out of Star Wars, then I'm all for it.
I'm confused. Before we get into a couple more questions from the audience, my major piece of confusion is just how Skydance vibes with our expectations. Skydance is a disaster porn and action studio, like in the movies. You know, like they make like, they did Star Trek movies, but they do like G.I. Joe and they do like Tom Clancy stuff. And Mission Impossible, and they did World War Z and all that. Now they did some of the Jack Ryan stuff that's pretty well received, like the Amazon slated stuff, but they do Terminator, which is not very well received. But I kind of want to see how that's all synced up, and I also want to see how the following is synced up. John Mark Moon wrote in and said, "Hey there, Crispy Kramers. Amy Hennig is back again. What do you think her project is? Is it possible that is the return of Project Ragtag? Obviously, the game was canceled when EA shut down Visceral, but could Lucasfilm Games have the power to revive it? Thanks, boys, for all you do." My mind went here originally as well, because the reality is that Disney has the power to do whatever the fuck it wants. And if it wants to go to Electronic Arts and say, like, we want Amy to have access to the, I'm not saying the old tools and stuff, but the scripts and the idea of I would believe that. And it could be as easy as EA saying, like, well, we just got a small cut of this, or it could be EA saying, like, we don't have any power in this relationship. Of course, you can take Amy Hennig's old script and do what you want with it. I remember we saw only a few seconds of that game, although it's very memorable to me because it looked so good, with the Han Solo like smuggler character walking out of the Mos Eisley like location and leaning on the wall. It looked just like Uncharted. And I would like to see the revival of that. If that's what is necessary to get this Star Wars game going, that's cool, if they feel like the idea is good enough. But I don't want people to get wrapped up in this like they have been with Star Wars 1313, where they had this idea that this game would ever somehow find the light of day, and it hasn't, it won't. Although it's leaked. But Chris, what do you think about this? Do you think that this could be Project Ragtag?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of said that a little bit. Like, I do think elements of what was originally lost are going to find their way into this project, whatever it is. If it's not exactly Ragtag, it's going to be something that at least borrows some significant ideas and enough from it. Just because I feel like Amy did a lot of work there, and I feel like it can't be easy to have done all that work and just have it ripped away. And it's just like, well, I did that work, you know. Like, why not use what we can from it? Like, it'd be stupid not to, really.
I agree, and in fact, I think Disney can make the argument to EA to say, like, it benefits you to conceptually just make sure all other Star Wars games are as good as they can be, because a high tide will raise all boats. In fact, you are the ones that ruined the reputation of Star Wars games. So we'll see. Who knows? Dustin, are you in agreement with Chris that this could be because Chris was saying earlier, like, components of it. I'm wondering if it's straight up that game.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the dynamic with EA and Disney, and Colin, I think you hit the nail on the head, where it's like, you guys majorly fucked our brand for a minute there. It was like a new, like, on national news about how predatory the whatever Battlefield 2 was. Like,
that's right.
Surely Disney can be like, yeah, we want that, and you're going to give it to us because it's our IP and our characters, like, and you're not going to do anything with it. I don't know exactly what the legal aspects of that, but I would imagine that Disney has the upper hand in this. But I think that would be cool, just because obviously people were very excited about the game. It looked very cool. It looked like an original idea to do in the Star Wars universe. And personally, I think that would be great. And I think it would be cool for that vision that Amy Hennig had for that game to finally come to fruition. I'm sure that it would be very therapeutic in ways to be able to finally, like, go back and be like, I worked so hard on this, and now we can make it, and it'll be even better.
Agreed. Angel De Jesus wrote into us with something final I can speak to probably. He said, "Hey, Colin, Dustin, and Chris. So with the new Star Wars game by Amy Hennig, it seems like people are once again glossing over the Schreier report on Visceral." And so I think this was maybe a bit on Kotaku at the time, where devs painted her as kind of a bad boss. They basically said she was a micromanager, needing to have her hands in everything. By that nature, it made her difficult to get a hold of when they actually needed her input. Also stated this might have been a result because she didn't want someone like Bruce Straley to help out and maybe balance her out. What do you think about all this? Amy Hennig is notoriously obsessive with her games. And I've said this before, but if you ever went to her office at Naughty Dog, you would see what you would have seen is like a television next to her desk hooked up to a console, but also to like a DVD player and a VCR, and literally stacks of DVDs, stacks of movies, and then stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of books everywhere. It's insane. You almost would have, when I was interviewing her those times, it's almost like this was done intentionally to make it look like you are the bookish, smart, creative director that's obsessive, but that is who she is. And people are probably right. I think Uncharted 4 was somewhat, as far as I understand, the original version of Uncharted 4 was somewhat plagued by indecision. And I think the studio suffering under the pressure of delivering, because they had barely had their head above water during the entire Uncharted 1, 2, 3, and The Last of Us, which was 2 years after Uncharted 2 or Uncharted 3. Not that she worked on that, but the whole team was kind of, I think she kind of buckled under the pressure a little bit, and it became too slow as they tried to do everything just the exact right way. But I don't think having someone like that at the top is a bad thing. And that's why I was saying earlier, I don't think she's the creative director of these games. I don't think she's going to have hands on with these games as much as people might think. I think she might write and flesh out and direct, but she's a group leader. And I just think it's kind of above her now. So I don't know that I worry about some of those negative things that were said about her, particularly late at Naughty Dog and during her Visceral run. I don't think that's anything to be concerned about. I think this is, to Dustin's point, I think this is Amy Unleashed. I think it's, it's good shit. Pardon the Star Wars pun too, but all right. Well, number 3. Speaking of Uncharted, it sounds like consistent rumors about the series' return are indeed true, and that those rumors may be emanating closer to the center of power than we originally thought. As reported by website Video Games Chronicle, Naughty Dog's newly hired recruiter, Christina Marie Drake McBrearty, said the following on LinkedIn in part, as she announced that she was joining the studio, quote, "It's even more special being able to be building future teams for not only new titles, but for the legacy of Uncharted, which is very personal and specific to me and my family. Being related to Sir Francis Drake, the Uncharted franchise feels very personal, and I'm so honored to be working with those who brought aspects of our family story to life," end quote. Just to cut in here, I was originally going to write this, but I don't know how much Uncharted she played if she thinks that Drake is related to Francis Drake. Anyway, there are 2 keys here. That Naughty Dog is actively building multiple internal teams behind the scenes, and less surprising and more important, Uncharted is still in the minds of the team. You'll recall that a new Uncharted game has long been the focus of incessant rumors, which had Ben's studio theoretically taking on the series, and we talked about that with Jeff Ross, in which he pitched the idea of a Sully game, which I think would have been awesome, before potentially moving on to yet acknowledged team working alongside the show's team in San Diego, which, according to BGC, also bandied around the idea of remaking the 2007 PlayStation 3 Uncharted debut, Drake's Fortune. This runs parallel to rumors about a full-on PlayStation 5 remake of The Last of Us, which we talked about earlier, the smash hit 2013 PS3 game. There are multiple ways for Uncharted to continue, particularly if you consider the rather obvious setup at the end of Uncharted 4, the last core numbered Uncharted game, which launched on PlayStation 4 back in 2016. A full-size spin-off, The Lost Legacy, launched in 2017, also on PS4, and if you don't count the recently released port of both games on PlayStation 5, that's the last we saw of the series. These days, and for the time being, Uncharted continues in theaters on the back of a surprisingly popular first film starring Tom Holland, while Naughty Dog itself has been awfully quiet since the launch of PlayStation 4's The Last of Us Part 2, which came to PS4 in 2020. It's widely assumed Naughty Dog will release its standalone multiplayer The Last of Us spin-off, which we often call Factions, and it is indeed possible that Factions launches alongside of the remake of the original game, just as we said earlier. Before we get any further into this, I'm curious, let's start with you this time, Chris. What do you think of this interesting revelation? I feel like this could be a Streisand effect, and they're aware of it, in which I kept going and looking at this woman's LinkedIn, and she just never deleted it. So it's there. I mean, it says what it says. I read it over and over again. I mean, she's saying that they are going to work on Uncharted. I think some people can read it and say, because she says, to not only be building future teams for not only new titles, but for the legacy of Uncharted, which is very personal and specific to me and my family. I mean, I just don't know what else you could mean by that.
Yeah.
Maybe you could be saying, like, we want to treat Naughty Dog well for the legacy of Uncharted, but that doesn't really make any sense.
No.
And I find her excitement really cute about and nice about the Drake thing, and I don't want to spoil Uncharted, but it's not quite what it seems. I think Uncharted 3 is when it really gets into that, though. That's 10 years old, but I won't spoil it for you guys here. So I thought that was funny. It's like, well, don't get too
it is I get it. It spawns from, like, I understand why.
Sure. Okay, fair enough.
It would be a cute kind of thing to care about, but I don't know, man. Like this, I don't want to get too doomery, but like it just feels like, all right, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, Uncharted 4, Last of Us Part 2, Last of Us Part 2 remake, or not Last of Us Part 2 remake, Last of Us 1
They'll
remake.
do that too. Don't worry.
Again, Last of Us 1 remastered, Last of Us 1 remake, Uncharted 1 remake.
Uncharted trilogy and the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection as well.
I think the thing that worries me about this information is that, like, I don't want Naughty Dog to be the Uncharted Last of Us studio. Like, I don't want that. It's like, oh, maybe they did, like, okay, yeah, we want to do this in-house. It's like, cool. As far as like the Last of Us remake goes and all this other stuff, but like, I mean, we've talked about this on the show before too, like the way that Microsoft does their studios, how like we don't think it's necessarily the best course of action to have something like 343 Industries, a studio that's dedicated purely to Halo, or like the Coalition, dedicated purely to Gears. What is functionally the difference right now with Naughty Dog in particular? Because right now, from where I'm standing, Naughty Dog is the least interesting of the big first-party studios at Sony right now. And I can't help but feel that when I see like, Uncharted 1 remake? Uncharted Last of Us remake again? Like, I get it. Like, it's good. And it should be supported in the future. If you can get like proper ports to those old games, like I think that's probably what is intended by the term legacy of Uncharted, just to make sure that those games are supported in the future and available on PlayStation ecosystems, regardless of whether or not back compat is like a thing. I do think those games are going to find themselves natively on PS4 or the PS4 store, but like PS5 in general at some point. And I think that's what she means by like having teams lead the future of, or having teams dedicated to the legacy of Uncharted. But like, my eyes glazed over when I read this, because it's just more news about something that is not exciting anymore. Like I would be totally down to see an Uncharted 5 or whatever the hell Uncharted 4 was teasing, but I would have preferred that not to be Naughty Dog. You know?
Yeah.
And I know that's not what they're saying necessarily right here, but it doesn't necessarily give me a lot of faith or confidence.
Well, it does. You have a good point here in that you have a few good points, but in that Naughty Dog's power in that structure allows them to just continue to go to the well over and over again. And maybe they do need to be told no. Assuming that this is true, Kate O'Brien agrees with you and writes in, "Hello, Sacred Slittas," with a respectful AS. "Should there be any cause for concern that Naughty Dog isn't working on a new IP? With more rumors circulating about The Last of Us remake, factions, and even a new Uncharted game out of Naughty Dog, shouldn't there be worry that there isn't a core team working on an all-new single-player IP? While sure, I would not mind a new Uncharted game out of Naughty Dog, I feel as though their talent would be wasted going back to Uncharted after the way they left it in Uncharted 4. Here's to hoping for a core studio working on an all-new IP." So, Dustin, let's go to you with this. Are you in agreement with Kate and Chris? I don't want to spoil the end of Uncharted 4 because I know not all of you have played it. I personally think that the obvious nature of the way the game can continue is quite exciting, but to Chris's point, I think it actually makes sense to both reset Uncharted, not make it Uncharted 5, but make it a spinoff at that point. Yeah. And I think it's obvious why. And maybe give it to someone else. And what would have been cool, and what I think would be interesting, and I don't know how you feel about this, is one of the rare moves, almost like a Coalition or 343 move, where Sony says, like, let's just make a Naughty Dog legacy studio, you know, or some sort of like Naughty Dog, they deal with Uncharted and The Last of Us, and we can kind of, you know, carve out some guys that are real passionate about that, have them work internally on those things, but always be making something new because the brand does rely on us. And I'm curious what you make of that.
I think that we're in a new era of Sony with our boy Jim Ryan at the lead. Our boy Jim Ryan at the lead. And I think that we've already seen this over the past many years now, that Sony's just so much more business and money focused. Not that they weren't before, but you see moves over and over that feel more in line, that they're thinking more about the bottom line and what products are going to make the most amount of money. And you have a very recent Uncharted film that did way better than they expected it to do. And so I'm sure that someone's knocking on Naughty Dog's door and saying, "Hey, We got this film. We got some synergy going, baby. Let's get that next Uncharted game. And Naughty Dog, I don't know whether maybe they want to make it. Maybe they're like, we'd rather do other stuff. And they're like, okay, bitch, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to have someone else do it. Which, as we saw with Last of Us Remake, Naughty Dog was like, actually, on second thought, we'll figure out a way to do this or something like that. I don't know. I'm in deep speculation, but maybe the answer to that is like, well, we want to do it in-house, but we've already got a lot of other stuff. So let's scale up and make more sub Naughty Dog teams so that we can have some level of control over these products. And I'm with Chris in that it sucks. Like, I love Last of Us. I love Uncharted. I'm perfectly happy, though, to let them sleep for a while, to give a chance for something new, something different. They're such a talented team that is just, really since Last of Us made, I don't want to say, obviously, those games are very different, Last of Us, Uncharted 4, and Last of Us Part 2, but they have the same kind of darker tone feeling. I think this came up on the show either a few weeks ago, a few months ago, whatever. It's just like, what would happen if you let this team that is obviously just unparalleled in quality and talent, what happens when you unleash them on something totally new? And right now it feels like we're not going to get that because there's just more and more of the same type of things, just because those are the safe bets. An Uncharted game right now is like, man, the absolute safest bet after how well the movie did. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully we get a compromise of some sort, like I said, where Naughty Dog scales up and has smaller teams or separate teams. And then it gets to the question of like management of these different teams as well. At what point is Naughty Dog still Naughty Dog, right? When you've hired all new people to work on these other projects potentially that, I guess, leadership is important, but I don't know. It's it just feels like a sad reality, but it's not necessarily a bad one because obviously we love Uncharted and we love Last of Us, but it's sad to think of what could be.
I feel like you run the risk of diluting your talent to a certain degree too, where you spend like 10 plus
definitely.
years making kind of the same type of game to the point where like if you wanted to do something else, who's to say that the people there right now are even capable of doing that? Like I have no idea that I have no doubt that there's a lot of talented people working at Naughty Dog. Obviously they're very skilled at making what they currently make, but like I don't know, could you throw Naughty Dog right now at an FPS? I don't
think so.
I don't think
This is
so.
what happened at Gorilla. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And to me, it's just like but the thing is, it's like I feel like there was a point where you could have done that. Like I feel like after Uncharted 3 and after The Last of Us, the Part 1, which is now retroactively called Part 1, I feel like you could have thrown that team at anything. Those guys were banging out some of the most impressive games, the most impressive looking games too, in like a really short amount of time. Like they were like really kicking ass. And then they made this thing that was like in The Last of Us, which like shared some DNA with Uncharted, but was like very, very, very different. And just the thought of them just kind of being stuck in that loop, just, I don't know, it's a little depressing to me because I know people in the industry and who make games, and they'll tell you that like, you got to stretch those muscles. If you're just doing the same, if you're playing the same 4 chords over and over again, you're going to get really good at those chords. But like, maybe you want to try out some suspendeds. Maybe you want to tune it in DADGAD and see what that sounds like. Like I feel like there's a lot of, there's so many different avenues by which developers can grow and tackle different things that I feel like just locking them down to this like third person kind of climb around and shoot formula that they've kind of been in for the last decade. I feel like it's just limiting to the team, and it's limiting to the player base in general, because they're being robbed of experiences that could be really interesting and fresh and cool from a team that is definitely capable of delivering those. And yeah, I don't know.
Very well said. I think the dilution factor is historical too, because people will remember that Naughty Dog originally split into 2 teams when Uncharted 2 was done. And that's where Uncharted 3 and then The Last of Us came from. And then
Mhm.
they folded back into one because they felt like it was too chaotic. I wonder that was during the Amy, Neil and Amy kind of being the two creative directors. Now Amy's gone, obviously, as we know, and Neil is leading the studio, so he's not in the trench really anymore. So I wonder if they have a lot of great talent, and I wonder if they can find the requisite talent to do this. And who would be an interesting dude? I think he's at Riot, but the director of Uncharted 3 was this guy named Justin Richmond. I don't know if people remember that. And uh, Amy was actually like advising and moving on to the fourth game at the time, and was doing more of just doing more of the creative stuff. And I think Uncharted 3 is the best Uncharted game, and it would be interesting maybe to see what he's doing. He wants to build some sort of team, come back and put something together. I think there's a way, because there was a lot of anecdotal stuff out of Guerrilla during the development of Horizon, that they were like, well, the guys that want to make Killzone, they got to go. I mean, we don't make shooters anymore. At least we're not right now. And this would give a place for the people that are at Naughty Dog who want to make Uncharted and The Last of Us, of which I think there are plenty of them, to just say like, well, there's a place for you. And then we can just hire a bunch of new people. And I think it would be very effective to have a structure where people can kind of move around a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that's what Bungie is actually going to try to do. But that way people don't get bored,
Yeah.
4 or 5, 6 years at a time. I wouldn't want to fucking do that. All right. Number 4. About a month ago, we discussed the vague announcement of an NFL licensed PlayStation VR game, and now we have more details. Lots more, in fact. The game is called NFL Pro Era. It's coming to PSVR this fall on a yet unknown date, and it's a big deal, not only because it's an NFL-sanctioned PSVR game, but because this marks the beginning of what will hopefully be a slew of non-Electronic Arts made NFL games, as they previously held the exclusive license for some 15 years. The game claims it allows fans, quote, to experience what it's like to compete as the quarterback of their favorite NFL team through a first-person 3D immersive experience, end quote, and a trailer showing gameplay has been released. The game is developed by Status Pro, quote, a sports technology and gaming company that uses real-time player data to create authentic extended reality experiences, end quote. The CEO of the studio claims that, quote, through our product, fans will feel the excitement of what it's like to be an NFL quarterback and stare in the face of a pass rush while maintaining command of the offense. Fans will get to experience the energy of thousands of fans cheering in their favorite stadium, while gaining a new appreciation for what it takes to compete at the highest level, end quote. While not indicated in the press release, the trailer makes it seem like players may be able to play defense from the safety position, though that's not exactly clear. Popular Baltimore Ravens QB Lamar Jackson has signed on as the face of the game. I don't expect you guys to have much to say about this, but I watched the trailer. It looks janky. It looks really janky. I'm sure it's going to be one of those, like, it's not going to, they don't even talk about seasons or full games or anything. I wonder if it's just drives, right?
Yeah.
Like walkthrough drives. But I love the idea. And I was trying to read more about the Status Pro company, although I don't know much about them. It seems like they are a telemetry company first and foremost, and it seems like they may have the opportunity to leverage that data they're gathering to make something truly useful for players. That's what I'm more interested in. You can't replicate the idea of getting hit in VR or real football in VR, but similar to flying a fighter jet or drones or what NASA does and everything, like, you could make pretty extensive simulators, and a company gathering real player data to make that simulator as realistic as possible up to the moment of contact, that could be pretty cool. So I'm going to keep an eye on this, but I think 2 things are to be worried about is that it's PSVR 1. I was going to reach out to them and ask them about PSVR 2, but remember, they were really rude to me last time, so they can go fuck themselves. But as far as the game itself, I'd be curious to know if it's going to come to PSVR 2. It's also coming to Quest, and I think it'll be more of a big deal there. Like, my uncle Mike is a big football fan. He has the Quest. I sent him that trailer. He thought it looked really cool. I was like,
Yeah.
So something there for you guys if you're interested. Number 5, bad news. The era of penny-pinching poverty gaming where no one wants to pay for games anymore will have an even greater effect, as publication Business Insider reports Sony is actively pursuing schemes to serve ads in their games. According to the article, which was relayed in full on the PS5 subreddit, quote, Sony is working on a plan to put ads inside PlayStation games, sources said, similar to a move by Microsoft to run ads in Xbox. 3 people who are involved in the plan said Sony is doing testing with ad tech partners to help game developers create in-game ads through a software developer program. The idea is to encourage developers to keep building free-to-play games, which have soared in the pandemic, by giving them a way to monetize them. The new effort, expected to launch by the end of 2022, would put ads inside PlayStation games themselves to be sold via a private marketplace. The goal is for ads to appear like they're part of the game, like digital billboards and sports stadiums. Formats could include ads that give viewers rewards for watching ads and promotions for in-game items like avatar skins, end quote. Thanks to the growing trend of free-to-play games, DLC, and microtransaction-supported games as a service and subscription services, we will now have to welcome into the console space what has already long since destroyed the mobile gaming ecosystem. Advertisements. Daniel Nichols wrote in and said, hey, CDC, with Eurogamer reporting that both Sony and Microsoft are looking into ways to feed ads into free-to-play games, I didn't see their story. What do you think of this idea? Would you be willing to sit through in-game ads if it meant the overall game was cheaper? I personally don't like the idea and would rather just pay for products at full price. They do say it might be used to push ads and billboards and sports games and the like, but I feel like it's a slippery slope. Thoughts? Guys, I love Daniel's inquiry because that is the key term, slippery slope. At first, my mind went to how it would work and where it would work. I think if you play FIFA, if you ever watch soccer, they along the pitch, they have like those long ads, right? And they constantly change. Having those be real products that constantly change in real time would actually make FIFA more realistic. I hate to say that, but it's true.
Yeah.
Like if you had, this moment in NFL brought to you by this, I mean, that's kind of like authentic. In fact, you'll note, I mean, you guys won't know, but a lot of sports players will know that they've long gone through these hurdles in NHL and Madden and FIFA to kind of make it feel like the presentation of TV or Sports Center or whatever without the branding. So I hate to admit this, but saying like, oh, there are going to be PlayStation ads, like literal PlayStation ads along the pitch of FIFA, I'd be like, well, that is what you see when you turn on FIFA. But I agree with Daniel that this is an incredibly slippery slope. Because again, product placement doesn't really bother me. It can make things feel more realistic. We see it in films all the time. But if you're making a game around something, like say Sunset Overdrive, right? They have that, what is that drink called? Overdrive.
Oh my God.
called,
What the hell is it?
Fizz something, or I don't know.
I'll look it up.
I was going to say Slurm, but that's from...
No, that's Futurama.
Futurama.
Is it Surge? No.
That's a real drink.
Sunset Overdrive.
The hardcore drink.
Is Overcharged Delirium XT. Right. That's what it is.
Oh, right.
So, which is making fun of shit, right? And that's what they were doing. But imagine if you had a game where it's very similar to Death Stranding. They took the Monster Energy drink out of the PS5 version of Death Stranding, right? It's no longer there. And that kind of stuff becomes conspicuous to me. Because if you're making a game around like this idea of whatever, and there's an advertisement for Coke in the background, and it kind of makes things realistic, it's like, okay, that's cool. But if that ad changes 2 weeks after the game comes out to something else, I'm like, well, now you're just taking advantage of me. It's not even you can't even pretend that it has anything to do with the realism, as opposed to sports games or NASCAR games having all the ads on the cars. Like that's kind of the realistic experience, having the GE ad on the Celtics jersey in an NBA game. Like, but I do agree that this will get taken advantage of. And I just want to reiterate that all of you motherfuckers that refuse to pay for anything are the reason that this is happening. Like they say in the Business Insider story itself, it's because of the rise of free-to-play games. We are being invaded. I don't think many people listen to this show that would be part of the group that I'm mad at, but maybe some. We are being invaded by groups of gamers that refuse to pay for experiences and will have to be monetized through force. And that's going to affect everyone. And it sucks. So as I think Daniel's right on the money, this could, up to a certain degree, add realism and effect, but it will be taken advantage of. Chris, what do you think about this new story from Business Insider?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it. I think I loved Death Stranding even with the Monster Energy drink. Even though I did think that was like a little weird, it didn't like make me hate the game. It didn't detract from the experience to the point where I was like, So I understand that it's not necessarily the be all end all, or it might not necessarily destroy the fabric of what makes a game good. But at the same time, just the very idea of being monetized after paying for something, because that's ultimately where this will go. I understand that the context that's being talked about right now is free to play games and ways to monetize those audiences. But like, very well that like, I mean, there's microtransactions. The microtransactions were originally like supposed to be like, oh, this is a way to monetize free to play stuff. And damn well that there's $60 games where you pay for skins and you pay for all these different little things. Like if you think that this kind of thing won't make its way into $60 full price releases, then you don't know what you just don't understand the industry, because this is how things always go. So to me, that is the line for me. Like, if you want to, honestly, if you want to monetize the hell out of a free-to-play game, go ahead and do it. That's the whole point of it. But the second you start doing that shit in premium priced $60 to $70 experiences, that's the point where I'm like, all right, well, it was fun. There are thousands of games from the past that I have yet to experience. And I beg you, I want you to give me a reason to just go back. For real. Like, I can't even play 100% of my backlog probably in my lifetime, let alone all the games that I missed out on and haven't experienced. I'm looking for an excuse to just not have to worry about the future at all and be like, oh, well, every game's has ads in it. Cool. This is where my appreciation for this hobby stops. At least going into the future, and I'll go backwards because there's plenty of shit there. And to me, it's just a matter of respecting a purchase. You know, I paid $60, $70 for this experience. I don't want to be advertised to. There's some streaming services, like even Paramount Plus, dude, where like you pay for the subscription and then like you get ads. It's like, what am I paying for?
That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
It's so insane. It makes zero sense to me. Like, there's no reason why I would be paying for this then. It's like it's a complete waste. And I've seen some takes about this being like, oh, you know, it makes certain games more realistic. Like, I can kind of see it from the sports angle. And quite frankly, sports fans love being marketed to anyway. So whatever. But one take I saw that bothered me was like, wow, wouldn't it be cool in GTA if like Times Square and Liberty City was real ads? And it's like, no, because
it's supposed to be lampooning.
I don't know how. Yeah, that's like, I don't know how to explain this to you, but like,
it's like
Grand Theft Auto 4 doesn't take place in New York. It takes place in Liberty City. The whole point is that if you see an ad, it's a joke, and if it's a joke, that's content. Right. An ad existing in the context of like Liberty City and Grand Theft Auto is an example of value being subtracted from the work.
Well said.
Because there used to be, dude, like there's so many Easter eggs in old Grand Theft Auto games, like on billboards and stuff, and just like little clever, like, you know, pot shots at certain companies or certain, you know, figures in popular culture, and it's like you wouldn't have any of that. All the personality of that world would be stripped away. You want real radio stations too? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, I think that's an incredibly poignant point. Because again, you were bringing up like the $60, $70 games. Like, I would imagine the show will get ads, and I think, again, to my point, they will justify it by saying, well, that's what you see at the real game. But it is going to be, I love the Grand Theft Auto example, because yeah, that's a game that you should understand fundamentally. You don't want that in Grand Theft Auto games. It's the entire point.
Yeah.
Which is why I kind of felt the Monster Energy drink was weird too in Death Stranding, but it's not even on the same level. I just, I'm curious, Dustin, what you make of this, and if you feel like there's something sinister at play here, because this is, and I'm not, when I say poverty gaming, which is my new term for it, I'm not talking about people being impoverished or not having money for games. That's one thing. Poverty gaming is refusing to pay for games. That's poverty gaming. And that's, if you're going to partake but not participate financially in a game, then we are all going to suffer. We just have to understand that this is the road we're going on. And I'm not so sure, by the way, I don't know if we have this. No, you know what? I'm going to save what I was going to say because it's actually one of the listener questions. So I'm going to put a period on what I was going to say there. Never mind. Dustin, what do you make of this?
So the thing I was just thinking about what you were saying about participating is that, I mean, there's an argument that you don't necessarily always have the option. If you want to play a game like Apex Legends, I guess, to me, it seems like they're going to make money on the battle pass and any skins you buy or whatever. And if they see an opportunity to make more money off of you with ads, then they're going to do it anyway. So in certain cases, it's like, I guess, unavoidable. But overall, I mean, ads in games aren't necessarily something new, but having an entire system built around them is definitely a slippery slope. But again, Sony gets away with this in other mediums. And just think back, Colin. Think back to when you were at IGN previewing Uncharted 3. Imagine I pop through a time machine and say, in the year 2022, there will be an Uncharted movie where Mark Wahlberg will be Sully. And during a scene, Nathan Drake will say, "Where are you, Sully?" And he'll respond by saying, "I'm in a Papa John's right now." And then an intense scene will go down in a Papa John's. That is literally what happens in Uncharted. So, you know, they're getting more shameless about it.
Yeah, Sony movies have been really bad about that for a while. It's like everybody loves Vios in Sony movies, and it's like no one's got a fucking Vio.
I had a Vio in 1996. It was sweet, but long ago. Now, I will say it's funny you bring up Uncharted 3. Do you remember the Uncharted 3 Subway promotion? It's actually the perfect
I do remember
game to
that.
bring up.
Yeah, that was. I mean, at least that wasn't in the game.
No, it wasn't, but it was so
weird.
funny. Like, yeah, it was like, but remember the commercial was like Drake jumping out of the back of the plane, but he had like a Subway, like a badly mocked Subway cup in his hand or something. It was so fucking funny. Oh man, I remember that so well.
That sucks.
So we'll see what happens here. I just think the monetization issues, we're going to talk about subscriptions later because of what's going on with Netflix, which I think is a harbinger. I think people should open their eyes wide. But I look at the monetization issues and I'm just like, we have to understand that there will be something for everyone. I don't think any specific silo will collapse. There's always going to be single player games and multiplayer games and pay for games and free to play games, whatever. But I don't want this shit oozing into my games. That's it. And I do blame people for trying to allow that to happen. As games get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper in real money, and the games get better and better and bigger and more immersive, and I don't know, man. I'm worried about the sustainability of all of this, and poverty gaming destroyed iOS and Android as it was predictably going to do, and we'll see what happens here. All right, number 6. According to a report from Bloomberg Japan, resurgent Japanese publisher and developer SEGA, best known for its Sonic the Hedgehog games, is quietly pursuing big remakes, just like its competitors. The idea is to, quote, tap its back catalog in search of global hits like Epic's Fortnite, end quote. And they plan on beginning with 2 beloved Dreamcast-era games, Jet Set Radio and Crazy Taxi. Sega's Crazy Taxi, which was a staple of late 90s and early aughts arcades, and was one of Dreamcast's biggest games when it came to the console shortly after launch in 2000, is apparently first up. Under development in Japan, the game's revival is planned for either 2024 or 2025. Aside from some mobile game trash, Crazy Taxi hasn't seen a new proper release since Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller launched on Xbox in 2002 and never came to PlayStation platforms. Plans are far less clear with Jet Set Radio, the rollerblading, graffitiing Dreamcast title from 2000. Interestingly, it too was last visited by an Xbox exclusive from 2002, Jet Set Radio Future, though the original migrated to PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita in HD form in 2012. According to Bloomberg, these 2 games, quote, would be the first entries in Sega's Super Game Initiative, which the company announced a year ago as an effort to develop recurring revenue sources and build online communities around its software portfolio, end quote. Sega, once a proud console manufacturer and first party that fell from grace, has seen a significant return to form in recent years, not only on the back of its new, much better treatment of Sonic, but through its Yakuza games as well, which have become global smash hits after years of niche commercial support. Sega also owns Atlas, the home of Persona, and studios ranging from Creative Assembly to Relic. Guys, I don't know. Dustin, I'll start with you with this one. What do you think? That I feel like this article from Bloomberg Japan, that guy, I don't even want to say his name because it's probably going to sound some sort of a racist thing, like I'm making fun of. I can't remember what it is. Takayashi, I think is what it is. But he says, tap its back catalog in search of global hits like Epic's Fortnite. This sounds like something a grandma would say, because there's certainly no way on God's green earth they expect that Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio are going to make anywhere close to the billions and billions of dollars that Fortnite has said. So I didn't really know what the point of that was, but he says later on in the article that they want to create recurring revenue sources. That makes perfect sense to me. Jet Set Radio, I see less in this regard. Crazy Taxi is fucking awesome, and that would work, I think, in this regard. So, Dustin, what is your take on this news?
I don't. Yeah, the Epic saying global hit like Epic's Fortnite. That sounds like something you say to your shareholders to try to like boost things up. But at the same time, what that tells me also is that they're looking to make free-to-play games from Jet Set Radio and Crazy Taxi that have that renewable monetization aspect to those games. And so it's weird. I'm mixed on this because I like both of those IPs. I think Crazy Taxi, dude, playing that game in the arcade was awesome. It was like the loudest fucking game. You could hear that game. From,
Take me to the Pizza Hut.
Yeah. And it had the Offspring, right? As the soundtrack.
Yeah. So, they had all sorts of, they had like bad religion. That's how I found so much of early music that I listened to was from Crazy Taxi 3. It's like Crazy Taxi 3. Yeah. It's just like that guy who sounded like he was dying.
Which that's a game that has in-game advertising.
Yeah. But
Pizza
see,
Hut,
that's where it made sense. Like, Take Me to the Pizza Hut made sense.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
but
yeah, agreed.
So I'm excited. I think both those games are awesome, but it concerns me when you're like, oh, let's take these established IPs. They have their set things that people like about them, and tap into its back catalog and trying to make them a global hit like Epic's Fortnite. I don't like that combination. It's actually quite concerning to me, but I don't know. I won't. I will not give them the benefit of the doubt, but I will be curious to see what they actually end up doing with this.
Me too. Chris, I'm curious what your take is on this. This is just a coincidence, but I thought it was funny that the two series that were brought up were Sega series. People will remember when Dreamcast failed, Sega quickly went with Xbox for a little while. And they did some stuff with Nintendo later on, but they hated PlayStation. So it's interesting that the last two times that those two series were revisited were on Xbox exclusives that have not been ported to any other console. So there is a little bit of maybe anticipation for a new Crazy Taxi or something like that. I know they did some iOS games. Jet Set Radio is cool, but I feel like that game is very much of its era. In fact, I think Crazy Taxi is too. No one even takes taxis anymore, but I just feel like Jet Set Radio, you're on rollerblades. It's like, it's like aggressive inline. It just feels like it's 20 years old because it is. But it would be cool to see these things come back, and I think that they have valuable IP that they should mine. Sega has a whole slew of IP that they should mine. I think people are eager for them to do so. So these places seem like logical origin points. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. Like, I have a lot more experience with Crazy Taxi than Jet Set Radio, but I love both of these. Like, and especially that new what is it, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk or something, which is like the spiritual successor to
yeah.
That looks cool. Like, it looks dope. Like, I really love the style of Jet Set Radio more than anything. Like, I think it's just like a really appealing, really inviting style, and I think that alone will carry it, despite the fact that like that alone carries that franchise more than like, oh, it's like 20 years old. I mean, like, we saw Tony Hawk came back like relatively successful, so and that's a very dated experience, not even necessarily in a bad way, but I mean, like, you're listening to Bad Religion while skating it's a very of a particular time. But I think it makes sense to single out Crazy Taxi specifically, but I'm also with Dustin where it's like, it kind of rubs me the wrong way to see these really established franchises kind of brought into the slaughterhouse, so to speak. I don't know what we can really expect from this. I would hope that by now we can do something like Crazy Taxi, have it be a free-to-play experience, and also have it not suffer from that. I can't imagine that Crazy Taxi is a particularly difficult game to make. No shade. But
dude,
I mean,
the way you can monetize it,
yeah,
seconds, cars, drivers, music. I mean, just adding time, making time go slower would be like I don't know. It does scream. It does scream.
Take me to Raytheon.
Yeah, take me to Halliburton. Take me to the Pentagon. All right.
Make some crazy money.
Oh yeah, dude! I just realized they have Crazy Taxi Classic for iPhone and iPad, which they're probably not fun to play on a touchscreen, but
They play.
You
They're
know
on
your boys
PS3 and
downloading
Xbox
that.
360. The original is.
Oh,
Yeah.
If you're curious.
Dude,
So on
oh,
Xbox
man,
360,
back
it's
to back.
probably backwards compatible with Xbox One, Xbox Series.
I
Man.
loved High Roller so fucking. I loved that game so much.
I never played that one.
Coast.
I only played the first two.
It's just like that guy is like West Coast, and he's like yeah, and it's like immediately.
It's that one annoys me. That song annoys me because it's like a minute and a half, legit a minute and a half long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's real short.
Crazy Taxi 2 I had because I was looking it up. Yeah, that was like one of the last Dreamcast games I remember buying. It actually came out after the Dreamcast was discontinued. I recall that. Okay. All right. There's more Sega news to get into. Number 7, speaking of Sega, the eagerly anticipated Sonic the Hedgehog collection, Sonic Origins, finally has a release date. The publisher revealed the anthology will come to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on June 23rd, 2022. An important date, according to website VGC, as the original Sonic the Hedgehog launched on Sega Genesis on June 23rd, 1991, 31 years ago to the date. Sonic Origins will contain 2 versions each of 4 core Sonic games. 1991's original Sonic the Hedgehog, its 1992 sequel, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The 1994 third game, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, with its Sonic and Knuckles companion game. I don't know if you guys remember that. Those games actually came out separately. They were supposed to be together. And finally, Sonic CD from 1993. The first 3 games were all native to Genesis, while Sonic CD was native to Sega CD, the Genesis add-on. The 2 versions of each game are presented as the original iteration of each, as well as a so-called anniversary update of each that will modernize the games. Lots of other museum-type content will also be included, and interestingly, players can swap between Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles in any of the games at any time. But not all is easy and good. There are 5 versions of the game you can pre-order, all with different perks and accoutrement. Sonic the Hedgehog, widely considered the savior of Sega, allowed the publisher to essentially relaunch its failing console Genesis in 1991. As most core gamers know by now, Genesis actually launched in 1989 and was getting stomped out by the NES and later the SNES. The launch of Sonic made Genesis viable and gave SNES a true competitor. The stuff of legends, best summed up in the awesome Blake Harris written book, Console Wars, friend of mine, friend of the show.
Real good.
Chris, what do you think? Sonic Origins getting a date? You know, I have to say, because we're hard on Sonic on this show, of course, maybe I should just go and buy this and just try it again. I mean, I haven't open-mindedly played Sonic in so long. I would dick around with it. I think the last time I bought it was on Wii Virtual Console. And I was like, I hate this goddamn game. I just hate it. But I don't know if it's as bad as I always say it is. And maybe it's time to like just go into it with an open mind. Maybe this is the time. What do you think of Sonic Origins?
Yeah, you could do that. I'll leave that to you.
Fair enough.
I had to put shades on because like my eyes started hurting the second I read. I think Sonic is just a game that I don't know if I get it. Like I just don't know if it's. And I mean, earlier on, I was talking about Undertale, a game that didn't click with me the first time, and The Witcher, which took me a while to click, and then Prey, which didn't click with me the first time. I have tried playing Sonic in some way, shape, or form, like sincerely, like with an open mind, genuinely, at least like 15 times, and various different forms, like Sonic Adventure 2 and classic Sonic, and I just constantly find myself in this position where like I feel like in order to really like this game, I would have had to have beaten it already. Like I feel like that's the prerequisite for liking Sonic is knowing what's coming up.
Yeah.
And I can't get over that because there's so many games where speed is a factor and like a core factor of the game, like racing games and stuff like that, where I don't feel that way. And it's unique to Sonic, and I have an appreciation for like certain aspects of it. I do like the art of a lot of older Sonic games. I like the style of it. I like the soundtracks. Obviously.
Yeah, the music's awesome. I like the music.
Yeah, it's great. Like there's great aspects to it, but like as a game, I don't know, man. Hey, 16th times the charm, as they say. So maybe if I try it again, I'll like it. But like, I don't know, man. The math is just not looking good for me.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you. Just because you say something interesting, which is that the enjoyment of Sonic is knowing what to do. And I never found joy in, because you can't play it like Mario or Mega Man or something where you can just plod along.
Because
like,
because most games are about the joy in figuring things out,
not just going wing,
and not just going like woo.
Ling. It's the best I can do with the noise of him getting sped up. Dustin, let's read this question from Tight Whitey,
Okay.
who wrote into us on Patreon. It says, "Hey boys,
Jesus.
hope you're doing well. Sonic Origins was just officially announced, and with it, ground-up remasters of the original Genesis trilogy and Sonic CD with 60 frames, widescreen support, and a slew of other gameplay additions and quality-of-life improvements. To my surprise, people seem to be focusing on the $40 price point when it's clear this is no mere ROM collection. If all people want is the bare-bones games, most of them are available on current-gen consoles already. Is there really no room for a more boutique treatment for classic games? Thanks for all you do, even if you are a bunch of dirty Sonic antis." Hey man, I think $40 is a reasonable price for what they're offering, especially with the museum accoutrements. But I will say this, and this is what I say over and over again: you really get one chance to do this, and people do know that SEGA has re-released these games a la carte and in collections multiple times. They have, and people have every right to be like, "What the fuck are you doing? How many times are you going to release Sonic the Hedgehog?" You know, it's not like Capcom released Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 a la carte. They did on PS1 Classics in Japan, but they release it as a collection and that's it. There's nothing else you can do. It's over. So I understand why people are a little bit annoyed by the price point, although I think that they put in the necessary work. And it is true. You can buy Sonic the Hedgehog 1, 2, maybe 3 a la carte on PS3 right now if you want. So what do you make of this collection? You have anything to say?
Yeah, these are definitely more than just running the ROM and even in widescreen. The fact that you can play as all three characters in all three games is a big improvement. And I'm wondering, so I am not too knowledgeable about this, but the story of both Sonic Origins and what was the one before it? The last Sonic 8-bit game that they released.
Oh, Sonic
Colors? No.
Sonic.
People are screaming
Generations.
at their
Generations. Right.
Yeah, so Sonic Generations and Sonic Origins are
How the fuck do I know
from a
hate
to
that.
my understanding, it's a modder that's like the head of the team, Christian Whitehead.
Oh, cool.
And he did all this like awesome Sonic modding work, and then Sega hired him to go, and I think his original work was on the Sonic mobile ports. But anyway, like I wouldn't be surprised that if these three games are basically rebuilt to feel better than the original, because I'm pretty sure that's what happened with a lot of his other work, is that they go and do quality of life improvements throughout the game. So I think the price point is totally fine. You know, and I would expect these to be, like I said, much better than just a simple ROM dump. I unfortunately do have some nostalgia for these early Sonic games because I did grow up playing them. And so I definitely am going to check this out. I'm not saying they're
I like
good.
I like how you say I unfortunately
I
have nostalgia.
unfortunately do have nostalgia. Yeah, for these early Sonic games. So I'll be checking it out, no doubt. I have to address though this chart on the website, which Colin, you put in the write-up. They've since gone and amended parts of it, but it doesn't make it any better. So it's confusing, but I figured out that there are actually two versions of the game. There's the standard edition, and then there's the digital deluxe edition for an additional $5. But they have it listed as 5 different versions because, to my understanding, if I'm gathering this right, is that one of them is the Start Dash Pack, free DLC included with the pre-order of the standard version or the deluxe version. So one of those verticals in the chart is for the pre-order. Then, basically, to my understanding, you can buy individually the pieces of the deluxe version if you buy the standard and want it. So that's what the Premium Fun Pack and the Classic Music Pack are. So it is endlessly more complicated than it needs to be. You could have standard edition, deluxe edition, $5 upgrade path. That's simple. That's all you need to do. But no, they just had to go and do one of these fucking charts, which shout out to Devolver Digital because they dunked on them hard with they did a chart that was like for their new game Trek to Yomi, where it was like, here's all the versions, and it was like one version and everything was checked off. It was like, this is it. It was really, really well done. So here's the thing. At this point, game developers, game publishers, if you're thinking about doing a chart for your game releases, simply don't. Just don't do it. I know you got to do your multiple versions. You got to have 12 different versions of Assassin's Creed with all your horse armor and all that bullshit. But just don't do it. At this point, it's a joke, and people are going to laugh at you no matter what. Even if you do it right, I think at this point, there's no going back on these charts. Just enough is enough. Sonic, you've officially killed it, hopefully. And honestly, for that, I am thankful. Thank you, Sonic.
Yeah, good riddance. Chart enthusiasts stand down. You know, is what I think. You know what always bothered me about, like, the last thing about Sonic? This
the one thing that bothered you?
Like, this thing? Like that weird pose he does? Where he like has his weird
Sonic
hand
Adventure
under
pose.
Yeah, that Sonic Adventure pose always
he
like
does it in the movie, I heard.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
All right. I'm just gonna calm down.
It'll be okay. Someday.
Number 8. We are very clearly entering a new era of video game movies, and on that note, we have 2 pieces of relevant news to share. The stranger piece of news is also the more intriguing one. According to website Deadline, Paramount Pictures has tapped Sega beat-em-up franchise Streets of Rage for a film. Streets of Rage was a hit Genesis-centric franchise that debuted in 1991, and you may recall that Streets of Rage 4 came to PlayStation 4 in 2020, and it was awesome. So while the series was dormant from 1994 until 2 years ago, perhaps this film isn't as left field as it seems, particularly on the back of Paramount's success with Sega's Sonic the Hedgehog, which is no doubt where this movie idea began to bubble. Interestingly, the initial script was written by Derek Kolstad, the creator of ever-popular John Wick, who is also writing the upcoming Just Cause film as well. Meanwhile, Deadline's rival publication Variety reports that Amazon and Electronic Arts are teaming up on a film adaptation of It Takes Two, news which first broke earlier this year without specifics. The very popular co-op game developed by Hazelight and published by EA will be adapted for screen by the writers responsible for the recent Sonic movie and its sequel, Pat Casey and Josh Miller. The key here is that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is producing the film and may also star, though it remains to be seen. It Takes Two, of course, took the industry by storm just last year and was the winner of many a Game of the Year related award, and it was on PS4 and PS5. Chris, let's start with you. I know you have a special place in your heart for It Takes Two. And The Rock.
Yeah.
What do you think about these movie news? Yeah, either or this movie news. Do you think either of these films do anything for you?
No. No, the story was the worst part of It Takes Two. It was like the least engaging part. Actively, like the best part of It Takes Two is the fact that it's a video game. If It Takes Two was not a video game, it would be the worst. It would be one of the worst things ever. Which is like one of,
because then it's just divorce.
Yeah, because it's just divorce. It's just like, oh, it's just puppets. Frankly, eldritch hallucinations and divorce, which is like just that's like a combination of things. That's just like, you know, outside of a game. Like I can't even imagine that being an enjoyable experience. The thing that's always fascinating to me too about like Streets of Rage, and the fact that we have like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter movies, like why are fighting games so universally just, those are the ones that you want to make movies out of for some reason, even though they have like the least story. It's very confusing. Like I know that's changed recently because obviously we have stuff like, you know, we have stuff like The Witcher with that show, and obviously like Sonic and other things like with that actually have like lore to them, and it's a little bit more complicated. But like I've always found particularly the early video game movie industry's fascination with fighting games over everything else particularly fascinating.
Also, yeah,
I just don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell you had to work with, really.
The Streets of Rage, I find I'm compelled by this, and we'll move over to Dustin. I guess I don't know if you have anything else to say, but just because it's being written by Derek Kolstad, who's pretty big deal, so it's not like I don't know. Any other further thoughts?
It could be cool. I don't know. I'll wait and see at this point because I've been wrong before. I think Castlevania. Like I remember stumbling across Castlevania, that animated series on Netflix, and being like, hey Sweeney, they made a Castlevania show. How much you want to bet this is gonna suck? And then we watched the whole thing. So
yeah,
like
you can do it in like 2 hours too.
Yeah, it was easy, very bingeable. But like we were just like, all right, well, you know, if that's possible, then whatever, I'll give it a shot. But I stand by the fact that like I feel like these things are better animated, especially because Streets of Rage 4's style is so good.
Dude, it'd be a perfect anime.
Yeah,
no doubt.
So good. the style, the art style of that game is wonderful. Just such a wonderful experience to watch that game be played and to play it. It's a wonderful thing. So like to see it in live action is like, maybe. We'll see what they're gonna do.
The thing is, they've gone and they've fully drained the well. Well, not fully. They've hit the bottom of new comic book IP. They're like, fuck, we can't do it. Eternals, we went too far. No one liked it. We need a new well. And guess what? They've moved over back to a well that they thought that they couldn't, they had some trouble with. But now, thanks to Sonic, the floodgates are open and the well is rich with oil.
Sonic and Uncharted, the floodgates are open now, man.
Right. And so just, I had forgotten about the Just Cause film, and I wish I could go back to that moment where I forgot, where there was yet another video game movie, and now Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson may be in the movie for It Takes Two, and it's just like, I don't expect it to slow down anytime soon. So this is our reality now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to an Ape Escape film.
Who will play Spike?
Oh man,
Scarlett Johansson.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
I don't know. Whoever. Hiya!
Number 9 is a wrap up. Spike was my character in PlayStation All Stars, by the way.
I loved Spike.
Me too. Number 9, wrap up. Website IGN confirms the amazing looking TMNT brawler. Speaking of brawlers, Shredder's Revenge, first revealed for PS4 and PS5 last year, now has a summer 2022 release window. Oh boy. Can't wait.
Excellent.
Website Push Square confirms reporting from last week indicating that turn-based RPG Shadowrun Trilogy would come to PS4 and PS5, and it is indeed on June 21st. The website also reports EA published Codemasters Racer F122 comes to PS4 and PS5 on July 1st. There it is. EA Codemasters has been EAized. F122. Much rumored Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series comes to PS4 and PS5 on July 9th. Long-awaited Bandai Namco RPG Digimon Survive finally has a release date on PlayStation 4 of July 29th. Both one-time Switch exclusive No More Heroes 3 and so-called rhythm action game Rhythm Sprout come to PS4 and PS5 at an undetermined point later this year. And old school revival Mutant League Football 2, which is awesome, comes to PS4 and PS5 at an undetermined point in the future. Website Komatsu reports zombie action game Deadcraft comes to PS4 and PS5 on May 19th. Arcade shmup Cotton Fantasy, which looks cool, comes to PS4 on May 20th. 3D platformer Cow the Kangaroo comes to PS4 and PS5 on May 27th. Action RPG Asterigos Curse of the Stars comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point this fall. Both hunting game Way of the Hunter, which looks pretty cool, and action RPG Sword of the Necromancer Revenant come to PlayStation 5 at an undetermined point in the future. And an adventure game, The Tale of Angara, will come to PSVR at an undetermined point in the future. Website IGN reports old school Atari-inspired game Gravatar Recharge comes to PS4 and PS5 this May. And finally, developer Ilphonic revealed that its third-person shooter released in so-called early access on PlayStation 5 in mid-2021, Arcadegeddon, is getting a full release this summer on July 5th on both PS4 and PS5. The Push Square story meanly titled it, Arcadegeddon reminds you it exists this July.
Damn.
Fair enough. Wow.
All right, boys. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience to wrap this episode of Sacred Symbols up, as we always do. Thank you for your support on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Oliver Johnson wrote in and said, what's up, guys? With Netflix announcing its substantial loss in revenue this quarter, how do you think this will affect the strategy of every other company that followed in Netflix's footsteps? Every one of these subscription services operate in the red for years in hopes of turning a profit in the future. And with the North Star of this idea showing some hurt, do you anticipate any companies having hesitation about continuing to go all in on subscriptions? People will blame Netflix's content, but that's the perfect example of high quality products being unsustainable with that business model. Bingo, Oliver. Thank you for writing in. Netflix, I don't know if you guys saw, I'm sure it's the talk of the town. Netflix's stock has cratered, I think almost a third, which is just absolutely fucking catastrophic. On the back of its first ever subscriber loss, in which it by the way, admits in its financials that it will continue to lose subscribers. This is, as I think Oliver aptly puts it, boys, the North Star of streaming. I don't think anyone would deny that. And I would think I'm a Netflix subscriber from the word go. And I don't think I'm ever going to stop. There's something about my Netflix subscription where I'm like, that's fine. But this news, I must admit, reminded me. I'm like, why do I have a Peacock subscription? Went and canceled that. Why am I still paying for Hulu? Went and canceled that. It's like, I don't need all of these different things. And I feel like Netflix is struggling with competition. And I also think it's struggling in quality. They cancel everything that they do, with rare exception. I think they've canceled something like 65 shows since they started. I don't know how and I'm not saying ending shows, I'm saying canceling them without a resolution. And I don't understand how you can operate a model of bingeability when no one can trust that you're going to keep your shit going. That's why I don't watch anything on Netflix. With rare exception, I watch a lot of documentaries there. Ozark is good, but I'm afraid of getting invested, even 2 or 3 seasons, because it's like, oh, they're going to pull the rug out. That's what Netflix does to everyone. Meanwhile, Amazon, I know they're eating shit with Prime, but they let Expanse go like longer than anyone could ever have imagined. They let something like Man in the High Castle, which had no viewers outside of me, go for its full 4 seasons. And I feel like people remember that. So I think there's part of that with Netflix too. Dustin, let's go with you first. What do you think of this Netflix fall on subscriptions? And do you think it bodes poorly for an industry, a hardcore industry in Game Pass, and now coming up with PlayStation Plus and all of its different iterations, that is going to further embrace something that is not necessarily working?
Yeah. The issue that I mean, there's a lot of issues with Netflix, but I think that it's just a look at failed strategy, right? And something that I think that these game subscription services can learn from is that I remember seeing some insane number here. Variety, this headline says Netflix content spending in 2021 to rise to 26% at 13.6 billion.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Let me tell you, when I go through that catalog, I don't feel like I'm seeing quality of content worth 13.6. I'm seeing maybe the quantity of content, sure, maybe adds up to that, but there's just so much garbage on it that's not worth watching at all. Or maybe you watch one episode and you're like, that wasn't very good, and then you move on to the next thing. And then in addition, the stuff that they do like, or that people do like, they I'm thinking of one specific example, and sorry, I'm not trying to be the meme about it, but very specifically, Netflix has the rights to the new season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And this should be like cool for the fans, right? But they actively refuse to release it week to week. Instead, they just dump it all on you at once. And this is something that the fans actively hate, but they don't listen to them. They just don't. Like, they refuse. And it was for a while, I remember this was the issue with other shows as well, is that there was this adherence to the bingeable quality of their shows. And eventually, I think they wised up in some cases and started to release week-to-week content, just because that's how people, when there's, especially with niche content like that those communities want to be able to watch it together and experience it week by week, and they just refuse to listen. And so their non-willingness to be adaptable in some ways as well just doesn't make any sense. And it's difficult for a lot of people with Netflix because they keep raising the price, and a lot of the shows that they put out they don't like, but they have a few of those bangers that people want to stay subscribed for.
Yeah, I watched Squid Game. That was one for me.
Dude, Squid Game was awesome.
It was amazing. It was amazing. It was totally amazing.
It's so good. Absolutely incredible. Like, one of the best shows I've seen recently. They have a new season of Stranger Things, which I think has variated greatly in quality, but I'm still gonna watch it, no doubt. Like, so there are reasons that people are holding on, but the thing is, which I'm kind of getting away from video games, just my thought about Netflix, but they really crack down on the password sharing. They are fucked. They are fully and totally fucked.
They're going to. As far as I understand, they're saying that they have to do that even more.
That's not the problem. Like,
yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that level of flexibility. It was, in my opinion, not wise to ever let that go as far as they did. Like, where it was comical how many people were sharing Netflix accounts. I understand, but here, before I kick it over to you, Chris, I wanted to read just from the quarterly financials. Because I want to put this into context for people. They are churning almost $8 billion every 3 months in revenue, but their net income is appreciable. It's $600 million. So that's a profit, but it's a profit margin of under 8%. They're riding pretty close. Like, notoriously, thin margin industries are like Walmart and supermarkets that run at like 3 and 4%. Like everything can just catastrophically fall apart for them in a moment's notice. And they're getting close to this border where they're not really running these massive profits. And remember, they ran red for something like 15 years to even get to this meager profit. And their stock is now trading where it was in 2017 when Game Pass came out. When it seemed like as that rise was going up, that Game Pass would, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like, I don't know how anyone could look at this and be like, this isn't a harbinger of not only of bad things to come for other stocks, because I think just generally the stock market is bloated, but for tech stocks and for the idea of streaming as this internal or eternal viable option that will exist forever. I think that the rubber's hitting the road. There are just too many competitors. And we hear that even on Patreon. We appreciate all of our Patreon subscribers. Thank you so much for subscribing. But every once in a while, a person will leave and I'll look at the exit survey and it's like, I don't have time, or I have too many subscriptions, or whatever the case might be. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I mean, I don't begrudge you that at all. We hope you stick around and find value here, but they have to continue to provide value. And Dustin brought up a good point too about pricing. Our prices stayed the same ever since Last Stand launched. Their pricing constantly goes up. Not that you can compare us to Netflix, of course. But anyway, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just think it's a matter of just how they're running this service, man. Like it's just and also just let's be real, the unnatural boon that a lot of these services got during the pandemic that otherwise wouldn't have happened. Like that is a major factor in this. Like it's a major factor with Hulu, Game Pass, every subscription that exists probably received an unnatural boost during the pandemic because people were looking for things to do in the home. And now that it's becoming a bit less of a problem, it's people might have stocked up on like several months of something, or maybe they got like a year's subscription of this thing, or maybe they are only recently thinking about like, hey, I haven't really been using that since we were indoors all the time. And so, yeah, a lot of people are leaving. You compile that with the fact that like Netflix is just a mess right now. Like Netflix is literally, it's just ridiculous reality shows, which like, I don't begrudge you. Some of them are hilarious. Murder documentaries. I'm looking at the top 10 shows in the US today. And the first one looks like a parody. Because it's just, what does it say? Conversations with a Killer, the John Wayne Gacy tapes. And it's that classic, like, look, it's a picture of the guy, and then there's a line in the middle, and then there's a picture of what the guy really is. And it's like, there's a whole industry of people just making that cover for documentaries, I swear to God. And on the other end, it's just child shit, like Coco Melon. Just like, hey, here's creepy claymation androids in CG singing vaguely royalty-free songs about counting sheep, and that's what Netflix is. Obviously, it's got Shrek 2 there, which is goated, but for the most part, like I look at Netflix and like what I'm seeing the most value in Netflix outside of the occasional mega hit like Squid Game, which by the way happens very infrequently. I feel like they've had like maybe 3 of those. They had Stranger Things, Ozark to a much lesser degree, and Squid Game.
Yeah, and in recent years for sure. They don't even have like shows like House of Cards. I felt like were much more common even a few years ago or 5 or 6 years ago.
It at least it felt that way. Like maybe that wasn't true always, but it
was
definitely
special.
felt that way.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think it was special because no one else was doing it at that time.
You're right. It's probably accurate as well. And there's like some shows that I like on there. Like I mean, I liked Russian Doll. I liked some of what we got out of Black Mirror, but I just feel like for the most part, like everything that's really impressive about Netflix is stuff that you can either get a la carte or isn't being or is being offered elsewhere. Like things like Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. Like you can just own those. Why would you want to pay for 5 years just to have access to those shows?
I just think they have that. There's a lot to say here, and we'll obviously have much more to say, especially when Spartacus launches. But I think that there's just too much competition, too many expectations, not enough money, and it's going to be an unholy thing that happens. And you know what? With the subscription services, it's like I can't fucking believe how out of control this got already. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's just insane. I'll reiterate again that the idea of Hulu was to combine some of these together. That was originally the idea. And then all of the companies went and did their own.
Peacock.
It's like, and I had Peacock and I just canceled it. Because when the Netflix thing happened, because I was like, why do I still have this? And I only had it for Battlestar Galactica. That's it. And then you just forget. And I'm like, why do I still have this?
That's how they make most of their money, man. It's just people just forget. Like I when this happened, I went through like all my subscriptions and I canceled like most of them. You know, I still have Netflix, because I actually watch those stupid reality shows because they're just so bad.
Sometimes you need them. You need garbage TV every once in a while.
It's a really good Netflix is a really good purveyor of garbage. So like it's not necessarily the high esteem that they were hoping for, but like I mean there's value there. But Hulu, like what the fuck? Like I can't remember the last time I even logged into Hulu.
Yeah, Hulu is just for I would watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia and then Handmaid's Tale. That's literally it.
Yeah, I would watch Seinfeld on it.
Yeah, Seinfeld's on there too. That's
and now Seinfeld's on Netflix.
Right,
so
exactly.
Like, all right, well, I definitely don't need this. And Paramount Plus, like all these like random,
never
like there's no reason. There is no reason. Look, man, Paramount Plus is egregious. Like, what the hell is that even?
Yeah, you have some nerve.
You have some nerve. That's like Weinstein and Company Plus. Like, what? It's insane. You have like some access to some movies, like, and half the shit there is just like greenlit greenlit spin-offs of other shows from other networks. Like that there's a reboot of or not a reboot, I guess like a continuation of the Fairly Odd Parents on Paramount Plus that is, and I'm not even exaggerating when I say this, it is the worst thing I have ever seen. And I saw I saw the towers fall, you know, right, I've seen things,
right,
you know, and it is without a doubt, it is so because it was done by a lot of people who thought they were doing a good thing, you know, like they were just like, yeah, let's put out the Fairly Odd Parents. Watch it. I beg of you. I beg of someone out there to watch those clips of that show and tell me that it is not offensively bad, that they're charging you for that and they're making you watch ads to watch that. Like, it is so offensive. I can't believe it.
I'm watching it now.
Oh, man. You don't even have to have nostalgia for it to understand how bad it is. It is just so fucking gross looking.
Yeah.
There was a point where animation, even in like the early 2000s, was pretty good. You know, even when it was cheap. You know, things like, I don't know, you have like Samurai Jack. You know, and things like that. It's like, wow, look at this like really well animated show. And then you have this thing. It looks like CG puppets that are made to look 2D. It's
the Paramount Plus trailer on their YouTube channel has 3.7 million views, and I have the the extension on.
Oh, that lets you see dislikes.
That lets you see dislikes. So it's 7,000 likes and 195,000 dislikes.
Yeah, it's. I don't even really like that. I didn't even really like the original show, so like I don't know nostalgia. But like I was watching, and I was like, "This is, man, you really made a choice with this one." Why didn't you just burn money?
Well, that's how I feel about CNN Plus right now. That as of the day we're recording this today, I'm like, I could have told you this. Like you didn't have to do this. But yeah, right now I'm running just Netflix, Amazon Prime because it's Amazon. I fucking basically live on Amazon. Getting things all the time. And then I have like some Patreon supporters. I support like Sam Harris and a few other people in podcast form. And that's basically it. And I'm much happier to give Sam Harris costs as much as like Peacock. I'm like, that's fine. Sam Harris is better than Peacock. You know, it's like, and that's why I think people support us and others on Patreon and these other places, locals, whatever you subscribe on. I think people like the micro community. I also think that has something. I think that has something to do with it too.
No, for sure. Yeah. And I also just think like the strength of subscription services used to be that they were simpler than cable packages.
Right.
And now that's just not the case.
Right. Now there is literally, when I went and canceled Hulu, there was a package that was like, you can get Hulu, HBO, ESPN. I'm like, this is called cable. I have it already. I have all of this. I don't need you to give me ESPN. I have a fucking cable box. You were supposed to replace it. You know, not give me supplements, but give me like, I wish these companies were fucking not so greedy and annoying and shooting all themselves in the foot, most of them anyway, they should have long ago been like, we should get together and do something big together. And that's what I kept saying in with third parties in video games. It's like, wow, like why doesn't Square Enix and Capcom and a few others just get together and do a streaming service? Might as well. That's what everyone else is doing, and make more sense than you doing them all on your own, which you will.
Yeah, because it's just like it's a lot more value, and it's just less. It's less convoluted, man. Like it's just so. I don't know. I can't let myself go over 5 subscriptions. That's kind of my like. Granted, like there's some obviously PlayStation Plus is necessary for me to do the show and stuff like that, but like I don't really play a lot of PlayStation games online. Like, I don't know if I would have PlayStation Plus necessarily, like, because I would, you know what I mean? Like, I just played the single player games, and I'm happy to buy those, but like, Game Pass is decent. Like, Netflix and HBO Max, I think, are solid. But like, everything else is just sort of what Spotify I have.
Yeah, Spotify. That's one I have too.
Yeah, but that's it.
Apple TV, I'm gonna get again because they just apparently won the rights to the NFL. Finally, over DirecTV, which had control over Sunday Ticket since 1993, I think. So that will almost certainly be on Apple TV, whatever they call it, Apple Plus. And so I'll get that at that point. They had a few shows on there I watched too. They have that one show about if the Soviets beat the Americans in the space race, whatever that one was called. I like that show.
Oh yeah.
That was pretty cool. That's a Colin Ash show. All right, let's move on. Dylan Michael wrote in, said, "Hey CDC. So with the current state of ports and remasters, we often get the ability to fast forward, create save states, or even rewind gameplay. Do you feel there is a right way to play or beat games? Personally, I'm a big PS1 JRPG fan like Colin, but I'd rather eat shit than suffer the slow magic animations and random encounters during backtracking. I just beat Chrono Cross on Switch and love the ability to speed up the game. I plan to run through Final Fantasy IX the same way. Does this make my playing of the game cheaper than people who beat it back in the 90s? What about save states? Colin, would you be annoyed to hear me say I beat all the NES Mega Man games with save states? Thank you for the great content. Have a wonderful week." Yeah, that's obnoxious. But I also do that with games that I'm not good at. So it's not a big deal at all. I will say this, that Square Enix, as far as I know, is the first studio to really do the fast forwarding thing with their old ports, and it's fucking awesome. I mean, I played Final Fantasy VII, the original PS1 one, on PS4 when they launched it with the fast forward at 5 times, I think, and it's a complete game changer. You can beat the game in 20 hours. You're literally only sitting there watching things load and happen, and there's no reason for it to necessarily happen that way anymore. So I love that they did that, and it's cool that they did that in Chrono Cross as well. I think, though, that Dylan is describing a few different things here, because save states, rewinding, I think it depends on what you're looking for. I think with these compilation games like Capcom really did a lot with rewinding and save states. Konami does the same thing. I don't really mind that. I don't think it really matters. I think that we have to accept that if so few people are beating games today, which they are because we can tell from trophies and achievements, can you imagine how few people were beating these games? And sometimes the only way you can see through to the end of these games is to just do that. And when the Castlevania Anniversary Collection came out, there were a couple of those games where I'm like, there's no way on fucking God's green earth I'm playing this game straight up. So yeah. I'll play Castlevania 1, 2, 3, all of that straight up, but I am not playing whatever Castlevania on Game Boy straight up. I'm not doing it. And so that's where the save states and the rewind and all that came into me. Chris, how do you feel about the purism of this or lack thereof?
I mean, I think it's fine. I do think it should be. Look, man, if you're gonna brag about it, like I think that
don't have a big dick about.
That's the thing. It's like I think you should disclose that if you're going to be
Absolutely.
Like, definitely. Yeah, like it's like, yeah, I beat Doom Eternal on easy. It's like, okay, you didn't even really play that game. I would argue if that's the, you know what I mean. Like there's
I agree completely.
There are certain elements of like, you're missing out on a lot, but at the same, like that kind of thing from like back in the day, you have to keep in mind that a lot of the harsh difficulty of those games back in the day there was a holdover from arcades that were designed specifically to like be so hard that they just nickeled and dimed you literally. They took all your change because it was so hard, and then they made that transition into the home consoles where they was like, well, this is how we've been designing games, so it must be, it should be equivalently hard, when there really wasn't really all that much of a necessity to do that. I think that added a lot of charm and a lot of accomplishment to those games, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But we're at a point now where I feel like if you just want to experience what the game is and you just kind of want to see the game, I think that's totally fine. As long as if we're talking about new games, I think that's fine as well. Like people are always like, man, the whole, From Software difficulty debate. It's like, as if the developer wants it, then yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
it's fine. If it's fine with them, it's fine with me. And in my opinion, these games are so old that like you're not really going to experience them the way that people experienced them back in the day anyway, because you have it's surrounded by the greater context of a modern industry. You're not going to feel as compelled to see Final Fantasy VII Original through all the way with all of its loading screens and slow animations if everything else that exists around it is so much faster, more fluid, and better. It's just it exists in a different context. Back in the day when that was the best type of that thing you could get, there was reason to play it, and there was reason to kind of go through with the trials and tribulations of them. But now it's a harder sell. So I totally get it. I just don't think you should go around bragging about it if you did it that way.
Totally. I'm the exact opposite. Like when I did the Titanfall 2 Platinum and you got the last trophy for me, like we did a whole video about it, right? Like to out me. And but I didn't feel bad about that because I'm like, I basically earned it. I did everything else in the game. This is fucking bullshit. And there have been a few moments like that. God of War, when I fought the Valkyrie Queen, I dropped that to easy. I was like, there's no way I'm doing this. Like I tried, but I was like, that's just fucking annoying. I fucking hate this game.
If you're not, if it's actively detracting, that's kind of the thing. It's like if it's actively making your experience of the game worse, I think it's fair.
Right. I think generally we keep things on the up and up. I like playing games on hard or normal at the lowest. If I have to drop a game below normal, like the last game I remember dropping me from hard to normal was Doom Eternal, where I was like, why is this so fucking hard?
Doom Eternal's hard.
And
but Doom Eternal even on normal is pretty challenging.
Yeah, I thought so too.
It's pretty, I
thought so too. And I'm just not as good anymore. But I think you're right as far as the interpretation of why games are long, why they need to be this way. I think part of the reason why they stayed that way when they segued the home as well was like people would beat this game in fucking an hour and be like, I paid $60 for this or $70 for this. In 1988, they probably would have blew a gasket. So at least it gave some sort of feeling of, well, it wasn't a feeling of challenge, but some sort of feeling of depth. Dustin, what do you think about these different tools? How do you feel about them? Do you use them when you play these old games?
Oh, definitely. I used them when I played through Super Metroid because I never had that game growing up. And so when I got the Super Nintendo Classic, I used it and it was great. It was awesome because some of the parts of that game are pretty hard. And if you die, you have to do a bunch of shit over again. And so, yeah, it was a great experience. To me, it's just like play however you want to play. If you enjoy, if you want to make it easier, some of these games are dated and they're either difficult or annoying. So this is a way to fix that. So, play however you want and just enjoy it.
It's kind of the thing too, right? A lot of that difficulty isn't even necessarily straight difficulty. A lot of it is just tedium.
Right.
Like, it's just like, they didn't have they couldn't give you a save state. So that you're just fucked. And it's like,
you want to enter in a password on Super Castlevania?
Oh my lord.
Oh my god, dude.
That password, I never understood what the hell. Like, I remember the first game I had that had a password system. I was like, I don't even understand what the fuck I'm looking at. Like, I never put a password in for anything.
Dude, the non-character passwords, they were like symbols and shit.
Dude, I implore people to go look at a couple games in particular. Castlevania 2 is one of them. Metroid, the original Metroid, and the original Kid Icarus, because they have O, 0, lowercase o. It's like, I think I've talked about this in the past. Like, you would write down your passwords. The reason they did this, by the way, is because they didn't, you either had batteries or you had passwords. And batteries were just made the games more expensive. They also died. So games that have passwords actually kind of have more longevity. But the idea was you would get this password, and my brother and I were the same way. We had to go to dinner or whatever, and so we'd have to shut the game off. We would write the password down and then immediately try it. Just turn the game back on and try it, so you knew if you were going to be annoyed as fuck later on that you wrote down the 0 as an O or something. And oh my god, dude, it was an absolute goddamn nightmare. And what's fun about those is that a lot of people have hacked those passwords, and you can just go on engines online now and just have them generate whatever you want. I know they do that with Mega Man passwords, which are a little more simple, and Castlevania passwords as well, because they were like symbol based.
Yeah, we have nostalgia for those times, but it's not necessarily, that doesn't mean we want to go back.
No, yeah, exactly. I have nostalgia for dial-up, but
yeah,
it was horrifying. It's all we knew, though. Okay. I saw a tweet, by the way, saying that we should have known the internet was going to turn into a nightmare, because when we would sign on to the internet during its early years, it would scream at us. I was like, that's a good point.
It's the first sign. It's just a screaming demon that we didn't know how to silence.
Yeah, it's like, wah, wah. And you're like, yeah, this is good. as we like
No
as we
problem.
connect to the other side or whatever the fuck it is we're doing. All right. William Outlaw wrote in and said, "Hey guys, are any of you interested in Steam Deck? I got mine about a month ago and just found a workaround for using PS Remote Play on it. I'm not super tech savvy, but figured it out pretty quickly. I'm loving playing games anywhere in the house." Dustin, you brought up your Steam Deck before, how it hasn't come. I'm curious what your anticipation is for this device. I have no interest in this thing at all, I should say.
Yeah, I love tinkering around with devices. Like I'm obsessed with doing stuff like that. I remember my first PSP, and my only PSP was the white Darth Vader one. So I knew I promptly had to like mod it and stuff like that. I love doing that. And so this Steam Deck is like a dream for that kind of stuff. I'm thinking about like, man, all the emulators, running Dolphin on it, stuff like that. Which Dolphin, for those who don't know, is a GameCube and Wii emulator that is really, really good. And so, yeah, the tinker in me is just really intrigued by Steam Deck. And I have to say, just overall, it's just a really impressive little device, especially for the price point that they got it at. The base model is $399, and it doesn't have a lot of storage, but you can add an SD card and stuff like that. And so everything I've heard about it sounds awesome. Shout out once again to our friend of the show, Jimmy Champagne. He runs a channel called Deck Ready, which he has lots of awesome content. He actually just messaged me earlier today about some Steam Deck stuff. And I'm like, dude, fuck you and fuck Gabe for not sending me, for doing the confirmation, not sending one for free. That's not what I mean. I have one pre-ordered. I was there on day one. So clearly there's an interest for this product. And as more people get them and people are making content about it, there's just a lot of excitement around it. And it'll be interesting to see how other companies react. Colin, you've always talked about Sony getting back into that space, and clearly there's interest and demand there.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Not going to happen, but would be nice. Chris, how do you feel about Steam Deck? Is this something you're interested in?
It is, but not enough to pay for it. Like if I woke up one day and a Steam Deck was in my house, I'd be like, well, I sure am happy about this, and I will use this to great effect. But I don't know if I'm like clamoring for like a new piece of tech, you know, like I feel already overwhelmed as is. And just with the amount of time I have to play certain things, and just the amount of tech I have to keep charged. Like it's my watch, my phone, my fucking, it's just my laptop, my the iPad, my, you know, it's just a whole bunch of bullshit to keep charged. Yeah. So it's like the fact that I don't have that thing to worry about as well, the Switch as well. So it's just like, okay, I'm comfortable not having it, but part of me does really, really want it, purely just because it's basically like that Xbox Portable that like they never made, you know, because like you could there's so many games that are cross, like that are on Xbox and Steam, that I'm like, oh, finally, like I could theoretically play like a Halo on like a Switch type device. That'd be so sick. I would love that, especially just for the campaigns, you know, like I've always dreamt about that. It's like, oh, it'd be so nice to play these old games like publicly, like or like on the go, or even just like in bed. Like I just feel like it'd be a nice experience, but even that's not working super hot right now. So like I figure, like, you know what, when this gets ironed out, and maybe in the future when it's a little bit more either affordable, or maybe this tech gets better, or maybe more tech providers jump into this market, then maybe I'll jump onto it. But for right now, I'm more than happy letting people beta test the first generation of this new hardware. It's kind of how I feel about those the foldable glass flip phones.
Oh yeah
that are coming back. It's like, I love that. I want that really bad, but I'm gonna wait a while because I know this is not ready for prime time quite yet.
Yeah, it is a cool idea. It's very weird. You know, well, all these devices brings up, I think it was Nikola Tesla that had the idea of charging things by air. Like that was the original intent, I think, of the difference in power that he was working with, as opposed to Edison and others. This idea that you would charge things over the air, and maybe we would really need that right now with all these different devices.
Oh, yeah,
although it's pretty cool that they make those things. I mean, they have for years, but you can just put your phone on and it just charges it without plugging in. That's pretty cool.
When I was young, I thought by now we would have wireless power.
I had thought so too. I don't know
why.
I don't know.
I think it exists to some extent. It's just very specific. Like you got to be you have to have like it's like a light bulb almost, and it needs to be like directly under. And I mean, who knows if it gives you cancer? I mean, surely it kills you eventually.
Batteries would just be a good. Like, I know batteries are expensive, the lithium and all that's expensive. They don't hold charges as well as they could, but I feel like batteries would ultimately be the solution too. Like, you just plug your TV in, it charges. You don't have to plug it in for a month.
You just get a dwarf on a bicycle to like, ride it and like charge everything in your house.
That sounds great.
It's an overworked dwarf. Be nice.
I feel like all dwarves are overworked because they have to work so much harder to move.
Yeah.
Joke, but also no joke.
If you're right.
Like, I'm watching Game of Thrones again, and so seeing Peter Dinklage in like every single scene, he's great. But it's like, man, there is it probably takes a lot of energy to move. Like, it sounds weird, but it's like one mass, and it just feels like you can understand why they have joint problems and all the rest that they get over time.
That energy came from the moon.
Brian Lau wrote in. Said, hey, CDC. I stay quiet for a month, but I can remain silent no longer. Colin complained about the game design for Horizon and Ghostwire Tokyo, where players who do all the side quests are overpowered before they finish the game, as this punishes players who are completionists or platinum trophy hunters. Chris at one point said that this was a spot that there was a spot in Horizon where it was a bit difficult because he did not do all the side quests, but the discussion ended after that. For me, I think it is a reward to make the game easier if you do all the side quests to be equipped with the best skills and weapons since you earned it. Colin, should there be a built-in level scaling that is plus or minus 10 levels from your current level so the difficulty stays about the same throughout? Something Assassin's Creed Valhalla has. I don't know what the solution is to this, Brian, and I'll be interested if the guys have anything to add, but my take on this is that this is a problem. Like, reaching level caps is a problem. There should be a more dynamic way for a character to reach a level cap. If you reach a level, I mean, I'm not going to speak to multiplayer games, but in a single player game, if you reach the level cap and you're not at the end of the game, that sucks. I don't know anyone that would want that to happen because it means that everything you do after that point means nothing. It's meaningless. And that's the same reason why I hate JRPGs that scale. Final Fantasy VIII was a good example of this, like where the enemies scale in some way with your leveling, indicating that you probably shouldn't fight. You should fight as little as possible. In fact, some people suggest you play Final Fantasy VIII fighting as little as you possibly can because of that. So they've tried to get around this in different ways, but I feel like with action RPGs, JRPGs, Western RPGs, whatever, leveling and cadence to your character and strength is relevant. I was saying anyway in Elden Ring, I felt like they make you work too hard in that game to become stronger. But I generally think it goes the other direction. I don't think you have to work hard enough. And so maybe the balance is simply to make it more difficult to get experience points. I feel there are game designers that entire job revolves around this balance and this economy. But I do think it's a problem, and it really sticks out to me having played Horizon and Ghostwire back to back, wherein I did everything the game asked me to do, but I wasn't just dicking around with the game. I shouldn't be capped out. Same thing happened in Far Cry 6, by the way. So yeah. Maybe it's me, but I just feel like if I'm doing everything, by the end of me doing everything, I should be maximally leveled. I don't know why I'm hitting the level cap so quickly. Chris, do you have something to add?
I don't know. I think it's all about level design, honestly. Because I think imagine you've got like the golden path. Like, let's say, like, imagine a map like Death Stranding where it's like east coast to west coast, right? And you have the golden path going from east to west. I feel like it should be the designer's responsibility to make it so there are a specific number of side quests before the first before the first golden path marker, right? To the point where, like, you can make the decision to either like go do that golden path marker, or on your way you can choose to do all of the things leading up to it. And by the time you get to that first one, you're not going to want to do anything else, because any other side quests will be so further beyond that golden path marker that you would be more inclined to just do the golden path marker first. And I feel like a lot of modern RPGs have this problem where they just shove a bunch of side quests in the beginning area and in every area, just so you never forget, like, hey, there's things to do. There's a lot in this game. Look at how much money we spent on this game. There's a lot to do. And the game wants to have all of its secrets laid bare for you at any given moment. And it's like, I feel like there's a better way to do that. And I feel like the way that I'm talking about is a good way to handle it, because really it's all about the cadence of how you play, but you're also like, you are guided by objectives. And if it's more, if your next side quest is like 100 meters away, or like, 1,000 meters away from the golden path marker, you're going to do the golden path marker, and then you can go to that next array of things. And you have to make sure that everything's finely tuned to the point where, like, if you do all of those side quests, you are appropriately leveled for the next golden path. And if you choose to beeline the main story, then you have a more challenging experience. And I don't feel like it's difficult, really. I just feel like there's like this mindset that, like, you have to see everything up front and everything needs to be super dense. And there needs to be eight different NPCs standing right next to each other in the same little hub town. And it's like, you don't need that. Spread these things out a little bit more. Give the player a reason to actually explore the world that you've set up, instead of just going back to the, got to go back to the village to do quests. Put some of those people out in the world, man. Like, I don't know. It just seems like a really simple solution to me.
What do you think, Dustin? Do you agree?
I feel like there's multiple options. And I mean, that's the thing about these open world games, is that people play them in vastly different ways. I think that we talked about that last week. And that's kind of the point of the open world, is that it lets you play the way you want to play. And so in Colin's case, there's a negative aspect of that, often with the, not being leveled appropriately. It happens in Elden Ring too. And Colin, I think we kind of had opposite things happen, where I found in a couple of cases where I was over leveled for something because I spent too much time in another area doing stuff. And so it's kind of universal in a lot of games. And so some people like that, as the person who wrote in said, and other people don't. And so maybe an option is just to introduce an optional level scaling in certain games, to say, like, hey, you can either have the game have its set levels in the way the open world is built, or if you'd like to do level scaling, that's an option too. I don't know if it's necessarily possible from a game design, or what the possibilities are from a game design standpoint. Maybe that would ruin things, but just an idea. I don't know. I'm not a game developer.
Fair enough. I do think this is a problem that can be overcome in many different ways, but is a problem. I think I've said last week that I think it's having a soft cap and then a hard cap is or not even really a hard cap, saying, yeah, all right, you're maxed out at 50, but you're still leveling up forever, and you just get 10 hit points or whatever every time you level up, or just something to make you feel like you're doing something.
I generally feel like main story paths shouldn't have level caps, to be honest. I feel like levels shouldn't even apply to main story mission. I feel like main story missions and stuff like that should be designed with set difficulties in mind, because, like, I don't know, man, like, I didn't want to do any of the side quests in Horizon. Like, I didn't find them fun. And then I got to these fights in the main story that were, like, so frustrating, and it's like, this is so challenging to the point where it's like, it's not even really all that fun right now. But, like, I know to make this fun, I have to go out of my way to not have fun you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
it's making it makes you play a way that you don't want to play, and it just makes the experience, like, overall worse. So, like, I feel like you want leveling in your side quests or in your open world, that's fine. But, like, I don't know, if I was designing, like, a game like Horizon, I feel like I would focus on a little bit more linearity as far as design and progression in main golden path sections.
I was just so surprised how their level goals, or their quotas, like their sample levels for all the missions, were just so wrong.
Yeah.
For such a well-made game, I feel like they really missed the mark on some of the little things there. All right. Mark Elfring wrote it and said, "Ahoy, my boys," and a Midwestern ope to Dustin specifically. What does that mean, Dustin?
I don't know.
He
I've
made
never
that
heard
up.
that in my life.
How do you manage having a significant other that is also gaming? Do you have two TVs? Do you take turns? Is one person relegated to the handheld while the other enjoys 4K glory? Do you transform into Winnie the Pooh and hibernate while Micah gets her weeb on? So many options, all the best. So we've all had to deal with gaming with a significant other. I must say that until I started dating Micah, I never dated a girl gamer, or I guess I never dated a boy, so I guess I just never dated a gamer. And I avoided gamers intentionally because I didn't think I wanted to be with myself and I don't, but I just was kind of small-minded in thinking that, gaming's kind of my thing. So it's fun to have someone to share it with. She often plays Switch while I play PS4, PS5. We have multiple TVs in the house, so she goes and does her own thing when she wants as well. And we also just play at different times. Like, she plays much more during the day. I play much more at night. In fact, I put up on the Discord, I went to PSN profiles and looked up my trophies by hour earned. And 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning, 12, 1, I don't earn trophies. And then when you see it pop at like midnight, 11 p.m., 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, it's funny. So we're just playing at different times. So that's how we kind of balance it. It's the first time I've ever had to deal with it, but there's really been no conflict at all, mostly because Mike is very, very easy to get along with. Dustin, how do you deal with this with your wife? Not that she's a gamer per se, but you have to share the TV and all of this. And
Oh, she's a gamer.
oh, is she? I thought she was like kind of a gamer light. You were describing like more of a casual gamer.
She beat Dragon Quest 11, and that's a gamer in my book.
Yeah,
no
sure.
doubt.
Fair enough.
So, how about this? She is a gamer. She's just not a consistent gamer. She goes through, she'll get really into a game, and then she'll go through a phase where she watches anime, and then she'll pick up another game. Right? She hasn't been playing games very much recently, but she was playing Octopath Traveler a lot, and she does want to get back to that. Anyway, what's nice, for us is just that we have multiple screens in the house. So specifically, like when I was deep into Elden Ring, what I did was I have an extra monitor and I literally brought it downstairs, and she doesn't care. Like, she doesn't care what screen. She doesn't care if it's the OLED or if it's something smaller. Doesn't matter to her. So she used this computer monitor and played on the other couch while I sat and played Elden Ring. So we were like alone together, that type of thing. And she doesn't mind, like, if I'm playing a game, she'll just get out her laptop and watch something on that. So it's not really much of a conflict for us. And usually, we like to watch stuff together all the time. We don't really play many games together, but occasionally we do. So luckily, having the extra screens is never really an issue.
Chris, have you ever run into any struggles in this regard?
No, not really. I haven't really been with people who I would consider to be, I've had relationships with people dabble in things. Like I've played like Detroit Become Human with some, like a partner of mine at the time, and I played, like I've dated people who played like The Sims and stuff, but like it's never really like I've never dated anybody who's beaten Dragon Quest 11. You know what I mean? So like it's never been like I've never beaten Dragon Quest 11.
Yes.
Or a Dragon Quest period. So I just,
neither have I.
Yeah, I have never I've never really had to even deal with it.
Here's the thing. I got to update. I use Dragon Quest as the example that proves Holly's a gamer. It's not. The main game is she beat Earthbound. And I bet motherfuckers, including myself, haven't beat it because it's just too annoying to play through that whole game. So
I played it. I did it for Knockback in 2020. Vastly overrated. Let's be honest. Vastly overrated. All right. Final one comes from Kyle Cano, who wrote in and said, "Howdy, boys. The customization of WWE 2K got me thinking about how much I would love to be able to scan myself and play as me in games. Would you boys be interested in being able to chuck your face on the Joel, Kratos, or just games with create a character? Also, would this feature really be that hard to do? I think it would be more than a gimmick and a big win for anyone who decides to do it. Cheers and have a good one." I feel like mapping your face on the players goes back to the PS3 era. Like, with the camera, like the iToy and all that. It wasn't very good, but you could do it in like sports games. And games like WWE, I think it would be funny, or in a sports game and you're playing like a baseball game or a hockey game. I don't know that I need to see my face on as Joel. I feel like that would bring me into an existential crisis as Joel is squeezing the last ounce of air out of this man's, lungs, and it's my face doing it.
Yeah,
I feel like that's nightmare inducing.
You could put your face. You could put your face on all the enemies' faces.
That'd be
so you could literally kill yourself.
That'd be very existential. Very existential.
Yeah, it'd be. I remember. I feel like there was like a Rainbow Six game that let you do this with the 360 camera, where you could. And it always resulted in these horrifying, like almost like this, like it's like Max Payne, but like way worse. Because Max Payne in the original games was like is Sam Lake's face. It's like funny looking, but it's like a little bit. It's not disturbing. But like a lot of that early tech was, I honestly thought that the Kinect was going to do that for some games. Like I thought that was like kind of like one of the major points of like, oh, it'll be cool to like, because I could see like maybe like you're making a character in Fallout and maybe like you want to make it look at least enough like you know, that it like generally like kind of like get the general kind of shape of you down. And it would be cool to kind of like have your face scanned and have it just sort of more or less get the features down. Not necessarily 100% accurate, but approximating it more than you could with sliders and shit, because I'm terrible with that. I don't know. There are some people who like do amazing work, especially with like the Elden Ring character customization. Like I saw people making like Samuel L. Jackson and Ben Shapiro and stuff like that. And it's like, this is so, it's
awesome.
crazy. It's crazy to me that people can do this, because like I'm looking at these sliders and I don't know what the hell, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I generally leave most of that stuff default because it's going to be covered with armor anyway.
Right.
But I think it would be cool for RPGs and stuff like that to have this a generalized face scan kind of technology. But you know, as far as like, I don't want to see my face on Kratos. You know, that sounds awful.
Calliope, and it's just your face.
No, God.
Dustin, what do you think? Do you want to play as yourself?
No, I'm happy with the current state of having it every once in a while, and you have fun and make an abomination of yourself and then move on. I don't need any of that. But I do have a challenge out there. Some of you may remember from 2 weeks ago when I did the Max Payne art for the show. My original idea, which I did create the image, was I put Chris's face on Max Payne. And so if there's any modders out there that can achieve this effect of Chris's face on Max Payne, please do it and let me know. At me on Twitter, at DustinCanFly, because I'd like to see it. In fact, Chris, I've noticed you said you hated this image in the Discord, but then I go to your Instagram stories and you keep using it. So
it's good. It's a good image. It's look. I hate that it's real. But
fair.
But it's real. It's too late. It's out there. And either I'm going to use it or other people are going to use it, and it's my face. So I feel like I just have to, it's like one of these things where it's like, this is, whether or not I intended it, I kind of brought this into this world. Like, I didn't make it, but it's clearly like that wouldn't be there without me. So I have a responsibility to use it responsibly. And it is just it's a funny image.
I was pretty pleased with how that came out.
Because I first saw it and I was like, what bothered me about it was when I saw it for the first time and I didn't realize something was wrong with it. I didn't notice that you had altered it at all. I was like, oh, funny. Like it's, and then I looked closer and I was like, oh, this is really off-putting and I hate this.
I've seen both of your faces on Photoshop up close, just dozens and dozens of times.
I can imagine.
I must say, as we close, that is our last question. I was a little disappointed with last week's image because I thought it was kind of a slam dunk for you to use Sora, Donald Duck, and whoever else, some other character. Goofy.
They can't all be bangers, Colin. Yeah. This is the problem. The expectations are so incredibly high, and they just can't all, like, some of these images, like I think the Max Payne one, I probably spent upwards of 3 hours on that because I get obsessive when I get the right idea. And so sometimes it's like, this is a pretty good idea and I'm happy with it. And if time constraints allow it. So just keep the expectations
all right, fair enough.
in check.
Fair enough.
I've created this beast, though, of these thumbnails. So
you have.
It's
You're
really
like Naughty
my fault.
Dog. Everyone has higher and higher expectations. You're the Naughty Dog of thumbnails. All right, closing comments. Chris, you have any closing thoughts as we wrap this episode up?
Oh man, I just I got a text like a couple minutes ago that said my pizza is here, so I'm really excited to just gorge myself on pizza. But I don't know why or how, but my lights fixed themselves at some point during the show.
I thought you did something. Okay.
No, dude, it was the Divine Comedy. You straight up went through every layer of hell, and now you're back.
Yeah, it's like Dante's Inferno. It really felt
Chris Reagan's Inferno, no doubt.
Well, I'm glad you're well and back out of hell, at least in purgatory with us. Dustin, closing comments.
Closing comments. Looking forward to seeing everybody in Richmond
Hell yeah.
next week. We have the VIP meet and greet, but I'm sure some of us will be around town. So if you see us, you don't have to be afraid. You can say hi. Don't just stare at us from across the street or anything like that. And it's going to be great. I'm excited. Being able to see people in person makes a big difference. Whether it's with you guys or meeting the fans is always cool because it's. I always know there's people listening, right? You get the feedback, you read the comments and stuff like that, but it's totally different when you talk to somebody one-on-one, and it's a big morale boost for all of us. So I'm looking forward to that because it's nice to have that little.
You need that morale boost after I just took the wind out of your sails with that Kingdom Hearts thumbnail insult.
Yeah, you really did. I work real hard, and then are you just mad because I put the mad face? No,
I don't.
Horrifying picture. No, I know.
Dude, I'm the most self-deprecating person in the world. I don't get mad at anything.
That's one of the best parts of our Discord. There's the happy Colin emote, and then there's the mad Colin, and people use them to great effect. We also have the smug Maddie, which is one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The Dustin stare. We need to make merch out of those, like pins or something.
My sign when I acknowledge something as being good or that I've seen it is just Rush's face. That's like my symbol on Discord. That's all I ever do.
It's very good.
Okay, that's it. Boys, it's good to see you, and I'll see you in person shortly. Good to be with all of you out there. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand and Sacred Symbols. Support us on Patreon. Come follow us on YouTube. Do whatever you can to spread the word, the good word of Sacred Symbols and Last Stand. We appreciate you. We'll see you in Richmond, and then we'll see you on 201 and 202 and so on and so forth. God knows this show will probably never end until I die. And on that note, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.